Well, we'll see if we can get the mic working. Hello, everybody. What are you guys doing out there? Looks like you guys are ready to rock and roll. Good grief. Unannounced. We already got 23 people watching this. I have no plan whatsoever. I'm sure that makes everyone very happy. I'm doing more of a test stream than anything, and just to see how things might go. But I've been thinking about doing I've thought about starting to do a live stream on a daily basis. This time of the day, or maybe, mid-afternoon to late afternoon, is kind of a good time frame for me. And there's not a lot else going on this time of the day, usually. So, who knows? We might be able to have a little fun. I've been watching some of the other stuff that happens, and it occurs to me that you've got the likes of Arwen and Nathan Oakley and Try Thinking and all of those guys constantly spewing their rhetoric, and nobody really addresses it on a daily basis like they put it out. I don't know if it's a good idea or not, but it seems to me that somebody probably ought to be doing something. I hope this audio is working, by the way. Somebody tell me. Oh, Stringer News says he has no plan either, so good, it must be working. But I thought I'm giving some thought about going that direction. So you guys can leave a message in the chat, leave a comment, leave a comment on the video, and let me know what you think about that idea. And we'll just see where it takes us. Hey, Stringer News won for $5 US. You call that free money? This is free money. Thank you ever so much. I really appreciate it. Hello to No Name and Sean, Mr. Malort, Stringer News, Charlie, Fred Bailey, Tiny Captain. Who am I missing? Steamy Traveler. Igor, what's up, man? Good to see you guys. Thanks for being here. Like I said, I have no idea what we're doing. Or I had no real plans. I was mostly just doing a sort of a test stream to see how I've got Discord and OBS set up, make sure everything's talking to everything else. I got an idea, though. One thing we can do, because I know Wally won't mind. Wally did a great little 5-minute video. And this has to do with Mike Jones over on Bev Try Thinking's channel. Mike is one of Wally's favorite chew toys. So if you guys haven't seen this, pay attention. At the end of it, there's a great little song that these guys have done. I think you'll totally enjoy it. So let's see if I can get that thing up. There we go. That's it. Let me maximize the screen. Turn on the volume, and let's see what happens.
G'day everybody, where's Wally here? Look, I was having a little chat with my latest chew toy, Mike Jones, and I was about to chew his ear off again. Remember, this all came about because Mickey does not think solar panels, or tin cans in space for that fact, can reflect enough sunlight to be seen. Oh, and it seems he might be right. Look at that. Well, yeah, it might be hard for that to be seen from the ground. Well, Mickey, he made a comment the other day saying that I believe I'm hanging under a ball. Well, I am from the land down under, so I guess that kind of is correct. Now, here's a few screen caps of how that conversation went. I'll leave about 5 seconds for each one, just in case you're curious. So to answer his claim, of course, I had to respond with the Moon Project video that I did a little while back, and the link to that is in the description as always. Now that Moon Project video is rather devastating to their t-shirt logic and all that they hold dear. It very nicely shows that the horizon at one location is not parallel to a horizon at another location, and these guys do not like that one little bit. And eventually, this chat ended up with Mickey saying some incredible derp, as he always does. He got to saying that moon rocks have to glow. So Mickey thinks it's impossible to reflect enough light off a dirty old rock to read by. Well, this is a claim we might just test. So I put a camera phone in a box in the dark. Then I put one moon-like rock near the entrance, and I had a torch to provide light that was, well, considerably less bright than the full-strength sunlight on the moon. And here's how that went. Oh, righty, here we go, Mikey. A rock. It looks like the moon. Let's see what happens when we shine some light on it. See, look. Can we? Well, it's a B. I wonder if Mikey can read. How about a black rock? Does a black rock allow you to see? Oh, now that bee is crawling on my face. Well, that was too easy. Even worked with a black rock, Mickey. Well, sorry about that, mate. Oh dear. Bev is well aware that I'm proving him wrong all the time too. That's why he's trying real hard to poke holes in my videos and memes. Okay, boys and girls, that's been fun. So please, every time you see Mike Jones in chat for the next few days, tell him Wally says hi and ask him, how about those shiny moon rocks, Mickey? I'm sure he'll enjoy that. Well, that's it from me, guys. I just might let the snark play us out. Thanks, mate. You're the best.
There once was a flirt whose mind was bent, a ship over the horizon went, but the flirt denied what he just saw, his brain is a fatal flaw. Derp, stupid, the flat earth is, he's talking shite and he's drinking piss. One day you will learn that the earth cannot be flat. The flirts cannot think in 3D, so they deny Coriolis. The pendulum, so we have found, proves that the earth is round. Soon may the sleepy come, he uses an egg to show he's dumb. One day he will learn that the earth cannot be flat. Crepuscular rays are lots of fun, but they don't prove a local sun. Perspective, that is what you see, how stupid can you be? Soon may the Mitchell come, his arse is really troublesome. One day he will learn that the earth cannot be flat. Now Rachie is not out and about, her wisdom teeth they were pulled out, and I will leave it to you folks to come up with fitting jokes. Soon there is Mr. Thrive, but his opinions will not survive. One day he will learn that the earth cannot be flat. And then there's this guy Crazy Dearth, he sells an app that has no worth. He's very deep in the rabbit hole with many lost flurfer souls. In we hear Leo chime, forever stuck in his pantomime. One day he will learn that the earth cannot be flat. The flurfers are extremely dumb, they will not earn a hefty sum by showing a sextant on flat earth, for that would be 10,000 worth. Never the Oakley thinks, that's why his audience only shrinks. One day he will learn that the earth cannot be flat. Stupid the flat is, he's talking shite and he's drinking piss. One day he will learn that the earth cannot be flat.
Well, that is nothing short of outstanding. And I think you guys would agree with that. Hey, shout out Snark. That is lovely. I really like it. Thanks, Wally, for the video too. Good job, buddy. So let's see what else. Hey, wait a minute. I missed from a Mr. John Watson. I believe I know that fellow. 5 pounds. Something funny to say, huh? Something funny to say. Well, I could talk about Rachel's wisdom teeth, but I'm sure all those jokes have already been made. Obviously, they weren't doing her a lot of good. May as well get them out, huh? So let's see what else we could do. Hey, there's Matt. By the way, if anybody wants to come into the Discord, you can do that. And I can bring you into YouTube Live. Let's see if I can post a link. I probably can. Give me a second. There we go. If you're not a member of the Discord, that'll get you there. And let's see. I had some more funny, some more silly stuff. Hey, Feral Cat, how you doing? Monochromatic light source, hello. Dog Walker. And there's the Snark. Again, man, that's excellent. And M2M. What's happening, Matt? So, let's see. Well, we got 51 watching. Probably better than Bev's doing right now. And this is unannounced. I really appreciate you guys showing up. I do. Let's see if I can find some derpy stuff that we could listen to. Just for fun. Oh yeah, I found this one rather.
See a lot of that going around where they come in and
yeah, hang on a second. See if I can get this thing organized. Turn that on. That volume might be a little loud. Let's see if we can play this. I'm sure you guys will recognize who this is.
a lot of that going around where they come in and expose themselves, so to speak. No pun intended on yesterday's activities, but globe scientists seem to want to insert themselves where they're not really desired and wanted, and then plant information and then, you know, use that against where they weren't welcomed in the first place.
I found that rather apropos. Rocky talking about people coming to Bev's channel to a place where they're not wanted after what he and Bev just got through doing with Cavendish. Is that not a little bit on the two-faced side? I think it is. But we can find better derp than that. Let's see what else we got going on. Oh, I think we ought to listen to Bev and the crowd talk a little bit about water. How's that? Let's see what we got.
They get excited.
They do get excited, man.
Thank you for the correction, globe scientist.
Moyoc, man, one of the leading globe scientists that hangs out at Geos, I believe. Yeah, Geos. He gets excited a lot also. He said yesterday that the Panama Canal is a foot lower than another part of the Panama Canal. Like at the start and the end, it's a foot difference. And he agreed. He wouldn't say that was a slope or curvature, but we all know that would be a slope. I don't know if he's not smart enough to figure it out, or he just didn't want to say it because he might get too excited. But
The Panama Canal does have locks, though, doesn't it?
yeah, it has locks. But he was saying that.
Well, what you guys are trying to get around to is talking about the fact that sea level is different from the Atlantic side to the Pacific side. It's to do with both the temperature and the salinity of those two oceans. They're different. Now, I think depending on which, and there's also a large difference in the tides. I may get this backwards, but I think the tide on the Pacific side can go up to like 20 feet. And on the Atlantic side, it's only more like 3 or 4 feet. So there can be quite a variation there, but I think the actual mean sea level is about 8 inches different, depending on which source you go by. But anyway, that's what these guys are trying to talk about.
He agreed that it was because of temperature and salinity of the water at each end. But I asked him specifically, if you put a water level tool and ran it from the start to the finish of the Panama Canal, would the tool itself be a foot above the water? And he agreed that it would. So I think he agrees that if in a tube like the tool would be, that it's less affected. And of course you wouldn't have different types of water in there. It would be the same water. It wouldn't be more salty on one end than the other. And the temperature would be more controlled because it's in a pipe like that. You would definitely want to take that into an account, though, if you're doing long distance.
Well, yeah, that's all very true, but this is the real issue you guys have when you start talking about water levels. You're talking about the two ends of it, which would themselves situate their levels, the level of that water, to equal gravitational potential on both ends. The middle of it will not lie in a straight line between the two endpoints. It never does. We've seen that at LIGO. We've got data. We've got measurements, survey, as-built drawings with surveyed elevations. We saw the same thing with the test that Jesse did at Lake Pontchartrain. I think that's something we want to go back over again one of these days. But there's a huge difference. You've got a sagitta in the center of Lake Pontchartrain that's about 90 feet. It's only about 1 foot down those mile and a half or so long arms at LIGO. But huge difference at Lake Pontchartrain. So let's see where else these guys are going to go, because remember, one of these guys talking here claims to be a licensed general contractor in the state of Louisiana. And I got something to show you. Okay, guys.
Yep, water. Water is the Achilles heel of the globe scientists. They get triggered like crazy. Like the straight line, the dilithium, a straight line could be a curved line. Shout out Globe Stooley. Depends how you look at it, Rob.
The water is the straight line.
No, it is not.
It's still water, yeah, sure, absolutely.
They don't comprehend.
Yeah, keep talking.
It triggers them because they're in a dilemma. They have a dichotomy or a trichotomy.
No, they've been shown pictures and seen globes in their classrooms their whole life. We think that's what it is.
When I did my surveying over with a professional surveyor, like with we were using his tools, his methods. I didn't know anything about, like I wasn't inputting anything on Lake Pontchartrain. We did 3 points along the different shorelines, basically 2 on the north shore. I'm sorry, 2 on the south shore and 1 on the north shore. And the measurements of the water level were about 6 inches off, like 5 and whatever, almost 6 inches. And when I asked him why it was different, he said, well, you get wind is the biggest thing. He said the wind was out of the, whatever this day. So it's pushing that water up against the other bank and making it go up, right? So you're going to get that difference. If it's pushing up on one bank, it makes sense that it's going to be lower on the other bank. And that's what he said that it mostly was. And he also incorporated some tool error and some human error in that. But over 24-mile difference, that water was basically the same level.
Yeah, it would be, wouldn't it? That's why we call it sea level. That's what level is, Rocky. Again, you like claiming that you're a general contractor, and I don't doubt that. I do not doubt for a second that you passed the general contractor's examination. I did too. How about that? But let me show you something, Rocky. This is out of now. You never really specified what sort of license addendums and things you've got, but I found this, and this is the state of Louisiana's reference material for surveying. It's a document that is published by the U.S. Army, actually, and you can Google this. It's called Training Manual 5-232. And this is page 8-4 out of that training manual. Let me see if I could blow that up a little bit, maybe. Can I? Yeah. There we go. Now, this is what every surveyor learns, Rakia. Any real surveyor has seen this before because he has studied a book like this. And I could read a little part of it up here. Let's start with up here, 8-5, curvature and refraction. The level surface defined in paragraph 8-1 will follow the curvature of the earth. You got it? Follow the curvature of the earth. Here's a little diagram that shows it to you. There's the curvature of the earth. You see that curved line that follows it? That's what's called a level line. It's not a straight line. It's a curved line. This is the horizontal line. That line would be perpendicular to the zenith at the point the instrument is sitting. This refracted line of sight is what we have to deal with in reality. So, I'm not sure what part of your contractor license test you forgot to study for, but obviously you didn't get this book out and look at it. Oops, let's see. Where do we go? Got to find it again. Yeah, here we go. Sorry about that.
When you take out those factors.
Makes a lot of sense, yep. See, it's their model that does them in, because their model says constant curvature from wherever you are, all around you. And that could very easily be debunked. Anybody that has been on the water could just laugh at that. That does not happen. Sorry.
Yeah, it doesn't happen at all.
Well, just saying that doesn't happen, it doesn't get it, buddy. The whole lot of you need to go back and take a look at where we have taken actual data and readings. And it's not just Lake Pontchartrain and LIGO. My gosh, we can come up with thousands of examples of actual field data that show the curvature of the earth. You can't deny that. Well, you can. You obviously do. But that's just not the way it works. Let's see if these guys have got anything else to say.
And the thing is, the same tools that they measure vertical change from a horizontal mean sea level and find that the land is rising up as you go away from the water. In most cases, you do have valleys that go below sea level, like New Orleans or whatever, that have to have levees. But you have mountains that rise vertically above that mean sea level. Those same tools and methods, if used over the water when static, not moving, not being changed, that same tool would give you a vertical difference from horizontal, yet it doesn't.
Yeah, you say that, and it flies straight in the face of the measurements that Jesse Kozlowski took at Lake Pontchartrain. The problem is you can't set an instrument up on one side of Lake Pontchartrain and look at the other side of it. You can't see the other side of it. 24 miles away, it's way below your line of sight. Now, you know that. You travel that thing all the time. You know damn good and well when you get on it on one end, you cannot see the other end. So, let's keep going for a little bit and see if it gets any more interesting. I doubt it, but maybe it will.
You need to explain that to me.
Yep, they're stuck saying crazy things, the globe scientists, the ones that have a lake, or used to. They say crazy things like a spirit level is higher at either end, lower in the middle. What else do they say? They say a pipe with a ball bearing on it, a couple of miles, it'll roll to one end. I don't know.
Yeah, it'll roll to the center from either end.
You know, it would too. It's exactly what it would do. And you want to know why it would do that? Because if that pipe was straight, the ends would be further away from the center of the earth than the center is. That's why.
Yeah.
If you put two ball bearings in a pipe that's long enough, that's horizontal, those two ball bearings will roll to the center and clink against each other. Shout out to Zanuck.
Any sane person, like half a brain, you don't even need to use your full brain, like half a brain with one eye closed. You know, that's ridiculous.
And they claim that's due to a gravity wave, correct?
Oh, dear God. Another rocket surgeon joins the crowd.
Well, they do it. First time I heard lateral gravity.
Right. Now, if the common person wants to go test this, just get you a piece of 10-foot or 20-foot pipe, make it horizontal with the same tools we would use anywhere else to make things horizontal. Pour water in one end and see if it flows to the middle of the pipe. Now, if it doesn't, don't worry, because in the theory of the globe, all you got to do is add more pipe to one end or the other.
No, really, all you got to do is take a look at the as-built drawings from LIGO, and you can see that 1 foot difference in the center. That's over, what, mile and a half or 2 miles, whatever the length of those arms. I can't remember off the top of my head. But yeah, that thing, that every arm there has a 1 foot sagitta in the center of it. And Lake Pontchartrain, over 24 miles, has a 90-foot sagitta in the middle of it. And I don't care where you do this or how many times you do this, that's what you're going to find. And you know why? Because the earth is curved and level is not horizontal. That's why.
And then the water would flow towards the middle. Now, if that makes sense to you, get out of here.
Well, it makes sense to me, and no, I'm not getting out of here.
We know that won't happen. So.
No, that's a fact. It will happen. You just got to make it long enough.
I mean, can you like blow colored smoke around the center, around with that gravity wave, and see it working, pulling the water to the center? Is that possible?
Who is this nitwit talking about gravity waves? My God. I got to go get my oven mitts.
Apparently you can, because it's proven 99% of the public knows these things, right? So that means if you walk up to a random 10 people, 9 people will be able to tell you that very thing. I'll take that bet.
Interesting.
Shout out to Left Lane being wrong again.
Oh, Left Lane is wrong again. What about what? Jeez.
Who's name dropping? Talking.
Name dropping? Yeah, who's doing that? No name dropping. Not allowed. Let me check the Discord real fast. Let's see. How am I going to do that? Oops. That's not what I wanted to do. Yeah, this is what I wanted to do. Oh, look here. Let's see who I can bring in. Hang on a second. Got to figure out how to do this. Move to. There's the rumpus. Let me turn that on. Hello, rumpus. And there's no name. You hearing me? No name? Oh, you gotta speak up. Unmute. You gotta unmute yourself. Okay, I don't know if I don't know if this is working or not. I'm not hearing anybody. And I don't see anybody lighting up either, so maybe I got something messed up here. I'm trying, guys.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. Sorry, I've switched off my. Give me a second.
Yeah, I think we're about to get something going here.
Sorry about that. I was had my setup's rather complicated, and it took me some. I'd forgotten I'd switch bits of it off. Sorry. So you're busy commenting live, are you, on some video? I misunderstood.
Yeah, I was actually, to tell you the truth, Rump, I was just sort of doing a test stream to see what we could, see if I could get all this stuff hooked up and working.
Right, that's a good idea.
Yeah, and it looks like it is. Got you talking anyway, and I can see it on OBS, so I'm sure everybody's hearing you.
Great. So you're streaming to YouTube Live at the moment, are you?
Yeah.
Right,
yeah,
I thought you were
doing
a sort of commentary on. Just doing a commentary by yourself on some idiocy.
I was. It was
okay. It was a test.
Yeah, just testing, really, more than anything. But
okay.
Yeah, I picked out some. I just had a little bit of derp from Bev's channel that I thought was might be fun to pick apart.
It was a bit, what was it you just showed? Oh, yeah, you showed that. That's a good diagram, isn't it? You got of the level and. Oh, that's right. You were just talking about dropping towards the centre of a horizontal line.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was good. Which reminded me, I've been busy doing other things the last month or something, and I've got this video I'm going to release at some stage in the near future called "You Don't Understand," or a crash course in globe geometry or something, which will include that very point and what level and horizontal are on some diagrams and things. And so, so it's a good point you made about the picking on that point about the horizontal. And they just, no, I mean, interestingly, though, Rakia has spotted that. At least he's absorbed that fact. Whereas something like Bev, for instance, I was just on Bev's, commenting in the YouTube chat on Bev's, and he was shocked that I said I'm going to be detecting about a 20-foot drop over this 8-kilometer thing that I'm doing that you're familiar with. I've shown you stuff about it. And he said, oh my God, 20 feet. What do you mean? It's only 1 foot elevation change across the whole 8 kilometers. So he still doesn't understand what drop is. He still thinks there's a change in elevation. No matter how much. So I really think, I don't know whether he doesn't listen, doesn't understand, or he forgets it, or he's got a mental defect, or he's trying to deceive people. I'm still confused as to what this guy is actually doing. Because he doesn't seem to remember. George and I believe he's got some sort of mental deficiency of some sort, or he's trying to play some sort of game. Now, I think you're on the he's playing a game deceiving department, aren't you? But I think it's a mixture of both. I think he's got some mental problem and he's trying to play a mental game, because the fact that he hasn't understood there's a 20-foot drop, or it's about 16, 17 feet actually, over a distance of 8 kilometres. And he comes to the show and he's like, oh my God, what? You're going to show a 16-foot drop over 8 kilometres? Oh my God, where's that coming from? You've only got an elevation change of 1 metre above sea level. The place you're doing it's only 1 metre above sea level. How can you be showing a 16-foot drop? As though he's never seen a diagram of what drop is.
Every place along that canal is 1 foot or 1 meter above sea level, whatever it is. It's all the same elevation. That's the way it works.
Yeah,
I think they understand it. I really do. I don't think.
Do you?
I really think they understand it. Yeah, I think they're just playing games. Absolutely.
Because Rakia clearly understands. He's absorbed. That's what I'm saying. He's at least absorbed the information about something horizontal, and it will go towards the centre, which is the comment you just made. Yeah. But I really don't think Bev. If he does, I think he.
It's not going to go toward the center with a damn 10-foot piece of pipe. Hell no.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Let's make the pipe a few miles long, and then maybe you got something.
Yes. Yeah, LIGO. Yeah, so stick some water. One end of
LIGO. The same thing.
What was the drop? What was the drop of LIGO? The change in. It's only a meter, isn't it? I think.
It's
but that's at each end.
It's LIGO's got. Well, if you want to think about the sagittar in the center of it, it's about 1 foot.
Yeah, so the difference between the sagittar and the end is isn't it a meter? I think between
1 foot. 1 foot.
Oh, it's 1 foot, is it? Sorry, I thought it was 1 meter.
That's all.
Okay. Still enough to.
Well, it's more than enough to demonstrate. Yeah, it's more than enough to demonstrate what's going on.
Whereas Gigi Little, I don't know if Gigi Little a flat earther or something.
I don't know.
Me? No.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm round like I am.
Well, why were you disagreeing with what I just said? That you seem to think that horizontal. I don't know what point you're trying to make when you seem to be disagreeing with something I said. And I've forgotten now what it was.
The run of the LIGO would basically, if you put a steel ball in LIGO, it would stand still because there ain't no high and low. It's level across the entire length of the run of across the length of the run of the LIGO itself.
No, it's not. It's horizontal.
It's a tangent.
It
forms a tangent.
Which means if you have the ball at one end, it'll roll towards the centre. There's a change in elevation because it's a straight line.
Yeah, there actually.
Wait a minute, I got to uncork my mind.
Yeah, there's actually a change in elevation.
It's not level. To be level, it has to be curved, and then you have no change in elevation. The LIGO is a straight line, which has a tangent point, and so if you go to the other end, I can't remember where where that position of that thing is, but there's a 1 foot. I thought it was 1 meter. I forgot it was 1 meter. It's 1 foot change in elevation between one end and the sagittar, or the tangent. So it's a 1 foot change. So it means if you pour some water at the far end, it will flow down to where it's a tangent.
Yeah, let me see if I can. You guys talk, and I'll try to find my video on that thing.
Okay, well, I'll just make the point again. So if you have a tangent at one point, so if you imagine like is it tangential to the Earth's surface at a point, and we'll call that I'm not quite sure that's the Sagittarius, because the Sagittarius is the halfway.
Right at the center, yeah.
Yes, I'm not quite sure it's correct to call it the sagittal, but there's a point at which it's tangential to the Earth anyway. And I can't remember where. I think that's a point that's quite close to the it's closer to where it crosses than it is to the end. So but let's for the moment imagine that it's where the two things cross. That's where it's a tangent. That means then the L shapes are then going at a tangent, which means they're going off in a straight line at a tangent to a point, which means they're changing in elevation.
Gotcha.
Right, good. Sorry, so I've got a bit of a headache, so I'm sorry if I was a bit shouty there.
That's all right. I just never thought of it like that, but as I think of it now, you're right.
I can show you a diagram.
What has to happen.
Yeah, I've got a diagram here actually of it that was part of this little thing that I'm trying to do. What's going on? Let me show
Here we go. I don't know if you guys are watching on.
Oh, okay, right.
On YouTube.
I've got a diagram here just to illustrate it. Can I just quickly show this diagram first?
Hang on.
This.
No, hang on.
Okay, I should be sharing.
Let's see let me see if I can get you up.
Another test for you, Blue.
Yeah, there you go.
Right. So if we imagine here, this is just imagine here as a tangent. This is a horizontal. So if I have this earlier diagram up here where you've got all these horizontals on the globe, and then if you pick on one horizontal position here, and we've got a spirit level here, and we've got a plumb line that comes vertically down, so that means this line here, this horizontal, is a tangent at this point, at this. So for this vertical A, I've called this vertical A, and where it hits the surface of the Earth, we then got a spirit level, and we've got a tangent in a straight line, and as you can see there, the horizontal, as it gets further away, increases in elevation. So if you then were to put a spirit level and some plumb bobs along those positions on those lines that I've just drawn some perpendiculars in there, as people like Bev want to do. So I'll arbitrarily position some verticals, and then I've now put in the plumb bobs for those positions when this is part of the that globe, the globe here, where obviously down is towards the center of the Earth. So you then put plumb bobs at those different positions, and you can see they've got to point to the center of the Earth. Therefore, they're changing an angle from the original position, and the spirit level would also change in position. And so, as you can see, also these positions have a different elevation. They're further away from the center of the Earth. Therefore, as you go along a tangent and horizontal, the elevation changes. So sorry, so Blue, if you want to get that's so I've made my point now. If you wanted to do whatever you wanted to do, Blue.
Turn my
My
mic
poor
back
little degree in psychology and religion just didn't grok that. I apologize.
Yeah, no, so I have to apologise. I'm feeling slightly tired. I've had a bit of a wearing day, and so yeah, I was a bit short with you there. Sorry.
Well, hopefully,
more than I usually am. Sorry, Cameron.
I know you guys are not seeing this.
I will if you share it.
I'm not. I don't want to do that right now. If you can,
okay,
just give it a second.
I'm seeing it on Discord.
Well, you were showing us something, weren't you? Are you saying you can't do it because you technically can't do it, or you don't want to do it?
I've got a little technical issue in here right now.
Oh, okay.
I need to work that out. But if you're watching my YouTube channel right now,
YouTube.
it's up on YouTube.
Sorry,
and
I
you can see it.
Should be watching the. Right, okay.
And you can see the thing.
I got it on Discord.
You got it on Discord, really?
No, he's not showing it on Discord. He's not showing it on Discord. That's what Blue's saying. He's not showing it on Discord.
I know. What I'm saying, I'm seeing your view. Rumpus, I'm seeing your display on Discord.
Right.
Oh, right. You're seeing me looking at him. Right. Okay.
Oh, okay. All right. So anyway, this is LIGO in Louisiana. And I just pulled up the little sketch that I put together. And if you look at you guys may or may not be able to see my cursor on this thing. But that sort of horizontal line at the top there, red line, on the left-hand end, you see.
We can't see your cursor, I'm afraid, Blue.
Yeah, I got to work on that too. This is
hold on. There is a cursor at the bottom now. I can see a little arrow now, actually. Is that you? Oh, yeah, we can see it. Sorry, we can see it. Sorry, I told a lie. We can see it now.
Okay, it's going to be laggy though because we're behind.
Yeah, no, it's moving quite well actually. It's quite smooth.
So I'm not
I
going.
don't know why it wasn't showing before, but now is, and it's quite smooth actually.
Yeah, we're talking to each other live, but what you're seeing on YouTube is 30 seconds behind.
Yes,
So
indeed. Yeah. So that's what you meant by lag. Sorry, I thought you meant the mouse pointer was laggy. No, you're absolutely right.
But if you look at that, that left to right, the more or less horizontal red line. On the left-hand end, the elevation is 64.09 feet. Then if you look down on the right-hand end at the apex of this thing, at the vertex of this thing, it's 64.12 feet. So only 0.03 feet difference. So it's almost, those 2 points are almost at the same elevation. The center of it, though, is at 63 feet. That's the 12-inch difference I'm talking about. Now, you got to think upside down, remember.
It's 61 feet in the middle, isn't it, Blue?
63.
Oh, sorry, 63. So I couldn't. Sorry, it looks like, okay, it's not very clear on YouTube. Yeah, 63, sorry.
It's 63 in the center. So there's the 1 foot difference. And that one is easy to look at because it is almost level. That's the only arm of the 4. You got 2 up in Washington and 2 arms down here in Louisiana. That's the only one that's almost at the same elevation. The other one, though, if you look at it, the one that's sort of vertical, is 64.12 feet up there at the top and 60.04 feet at the bottom. There's a 4 foot elevation difference in that one. Yeah. But just think about it. That makes it pretty easy. Let's just round it off to 4 feet.
Yeah.
The midpoint would be 62 feet, right? If those points were in a straight line, the straight line center elevation should be 62 feet. It's not. It's 61 feet. Again, 1 foot difference. So this is what happens. This is exactly what you expect to see. Again, you got to think sort of upside down because we're looking at elevations now. And it's telling you that the center, well, when you get out to the end, you're seeing that 1 foot drop is what you're seeing. That shows it. Clear, plain as day. Can't be anything other than the curvature of the Earth. And it matches quite nicely.
Yeah, assuming that the... Carry on.
Finish what you're saying.
I was just about to say that you have to assume, of course, this is in a straight line. That the presumption here is that the things are in a straight line, of course. So they're not level; they're just straight lines.
Yeah.
The LIGO arms. So that's the premise you have to take. Straight line arms, and then here's the elevation. Therefore, the Earth has to be curved if you accept that the arms are perfectly straight.
They did roughly the in testing the H bombs down in the Bikini Atoll, if I'm not mistaken, and they had tubes as long as LIGO. Their targets were off by well over a foot. Level, not on the tangent.
You're breaking up a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
So we missed half of what you were saying, and I didn't understand what you said in the end, I'm afraid.
Sorry about that. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
I got my push to talk button tied to my up button, and I went to the wrong window, and it was probably scrolling the window up, and you couldn't see or hear what I was saying.
Yeah, we missed half of what you were saying.
Okay. In the Bikini Atoll, they built the same kind of test instruments. And when they finished building them the first time, they found out that gamma ray emitters would not hit their targets because they had built it on the level and not on the tangent.
Yeah, I see what you're saying.
Did you hear me that time?
Yeah. I got it. I don't know if Rumpus got it or not, but yeah. I see exactly what you're saying. Close that stream. Whoops. Wait a minute. Rumpus is gone. Hang on. I got to put Rumpus back in here. There you go, Rumpus.
What happened there?
You fell out of the room. I got this.
I thought I confused you.
I got this
Sorry
room.
about that.
I got this room
Discord...
figured. I got this room configured so that I've got to actually bring you in here, so people
yes, I
can't
think my
just.
Discord restarted or something. I don't know. Something very peculiar happened. Sorry.
Yeah. So anyway, but back to what you're saying. Yeah, if you build a long tube like that, if you did that at LIGO, I think it's a 4-foot diameter tube, so you would probably still see the other end. But you're sure as hell not going to be in the middle of the tube.
No, you're not. And they proved that.
Yep.
Oh yes, so I think you make an important point about you're no longer streaming the picture, Blue. I don't know if you're aware of that.
Yeah. You want to see it again?
But yes, that's a really important point, because if you accept the values given in the that Blue was just showing, the elevation positions, if you accept those are correct, and you also accept that the arms are straight, the only conclusion you can come to is that the Earth is curved. It's actually a good curvature proof, really, isn't it? If you're prepared to believe those two facts.
Then you see exactly the same thing on all 4 arms, both the ones in Louisiana and both the ones. In fact, up in Hanford, Washington, neither one of the arms is level or even close to it. I mean, elevation-wise, end to end.
Yeah, I mean, if Brian had actually been able to, he said he wanted to go there. If he'd actually been able to go there, and if you assume that the tube, if you could somehow get to the some GPS thing right next to the tube at those different positions, you would see those elevations change. So you could actually, if you were allowed access to the tubes, you could actually show yourself, if you had a sufficiently accurate GPS thing, you could actually demonstrate this behavior yourself, and you wouldn't even have to rely on Google. Assuming, of course, you'd have to rely on GPS, of course, but you could indeed personally verify what's going on. You're probably better off, obviously, with something like Jesse's super accurate GPS, differential GPS thingy, but you could, in theory, validate, assuming you accept that the tubes are straight, and you've got something you accept the elevation of, that should be able to prove to you that the Earth is curved.
Yeah, it should. You would think it would. It does everything I need it to do.
Yes.
It does everything I need it to do.
Yeah, it's amazing. I mean, I do find it incredible, this flat Earth. There's all these different ways of working out that the Earth's curved. I mean, you could probably do a radius. I mean, from that, actually, you could probably work out the radius. When F.E. Dogman did a good video on this, I don't know if you did one as well. You could actually use those values to determine the radius of the Earth. I don't know if you did that when you did your video. I can't remember. I've watched this video of yours, but I can't remember if you tried to determine the radius of the Earth from it.
I don't remember if I did or not. I think I did, but
yeah, I don't think you did. But you could have done. You could have used that, assuming there was a curve here. You could do.
I might have. I'm not
determine the
sure.
radius of the Earth from that information. Yeah, I think you probably could. I'm sure there's some R in there, value, and yeah, and you've got just enough to work with there. 4 feet. That's quite good.
I think maybe I did. It's not. It's not going to be terribly accurate over such a short distance.
Yeah.
And I think I did. I think I took the. I think I took the elevation data in AutoCAD and drew an arc, and then let AutoCAD. And then I let AutoCAD tell me what the radius of that arc had to be.
Right. Yeah, I vaguely recall now. Yes, I certainly remember you doing AutoCAD. Yeah, it would be too tempting, wouldn't it, not to have done that? So yeah.
Yeah, and I think
that's why.
It's off, and you would expect it to be over that short a distance.
Yeah.
Where a tenth of a foot makes a huge difference.
Yes, and everything's multiplied by a factor of tens of thousands, I suspect, or at least 1,000 or something every level.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah, at least that. Yes. Yeah, but several thousand. Yes, because a foot. Yes, in terms of feet. Yes, it's probably feet versus the rate. It's probably something to do with the there's probably a simple linear relationship between the drop difference and the radius. It's probably the factor. So if you've got a 1 foot difference, then it would probably multiply that to 100,000 times that for the radius or something.
Yeah.
Error. So yeah.
Yeah, nor is there any guarantee that I managed to hit exactly the center point and all of that anyway. So we'd have to. It'd take a good bit of analysis, I think. More data than what we have.
Well, if you've got the numbers there, you should be able to work it out just from the numbers, shouldn't you?
Yeah, you can.
If the numbers are really accurate.
That's the problem.
You shouldn't rely on anything AutoCAD does.
That's the problem. You're surveyed to plus or minus 1/100th of a foot.
Right. Okay, 100th of a foot. Yeah. Okay. Yes, 100th of a foot multiplied by 100,000 or something. Yes. Okay.
Yeah, you can get big numbers in a hurry doing that. That's the problem.
Still, qualitative. Yeah, I mean, but even if it was within, I don't know, even 20%.
Oh, it was. I think it was well within that.
Yeah.
I think.
So, yeah, I mean, I don't know about you, but I mean, I think engineers tend to think if something's within 10%, is good enough to be sort of as a starting point, isn't it?
It's called fire for effect.
It's called what? Sorry.
Fire for effect. When you fire for effect.
Fire for effect. Okay.
Yeah. So. Military term, Rumpus.
A what term? Sorry.
That's just a military term, fire for effect.
A military term. Oh, okay.
Yeah, I was assigned to an artillery in Korea. I was a communications electronics, but it was an interesting experience.
Yeah, you keep on breaking up a little bit again, but okay, right? Yeah, I bet God. Well, yes, that sounds. If you were in Korea, bloody hell, that sounds like
not that Korea,
not the war. He was stationed in Korea.
Sorry.
We've kept a constant.
I was there in
presence.
1972.
Yeah, there you go.
Okay, sorry. When someone says I was in the Korea, I thought you didn't sound quite old enough to me. But when someone says I was in Korea, I immediately think they are referring to a military.
Now we're getting to the point. There's not a lot of guys around that were actually in the early 50s.
Yeah, indeed. That's what I was thinking. I thought you sounded a bit sprightly. Yeah, so actually, I should put that because I'm also going to do a little test. I don't know if I told you on Jose. I mentioned on Jose's. I'm going to try and do a Globus test exam, which I'm going to give 100 questions or something, some of which will be multiple choice and some of which you have to answer. And I was then going to give a certification. So if you score above, I don't know, you get a pass above the 60%, you get a certificate, and I'll put it on the website and say, this person passed, and then if you get sort of 90% or something, and you say you're getting sort of distinction, and so it's a sort of so people, I don't know if we might do this, but they get a Rumpus certification as to whether or not. So if someone else wants to know whether or not this is a person who's going to give them the right answer, they would get an idea. So I imagine you'd pass quite well, Blue. And one of the ones I'd be going to say ask them 10 different ways to determine the radius of the Earth, and actually this could be one I'd forgotten about. Use LIGO information. Perhaps I might give a prompt on that. How would you use LIGO information to determine the radius of the Earth? And I'd give them some data, and then you'd have to work out the radius from it. Something might be a little. Yeah, all right. So that's giving me an inspiration for a question.
I would have to admit that my piddling little degree in psychology and religion would not allow me to.
Yes, there would be some maths questions, I'm afraid. So yes, you wouldn't. They might be a bit tricky for some people. To get a distinction, you certainly have to have a good grip on maths. To get probably a pass at 60%, I would give enough easy questions to mean that get things like level, sorted out, and horizontal. And in fact, the point we were just making there, if I had a horizontal pipe 10 miles long, what would happen if I stuck in water at one end of it? What would happen to it? So there's sort of questions like that, which now you could answer. So questions like that don't require mathematical analysis, and then so on this website, I would then list. Everybody would have put the name they want to put there, and I'd put their score, their state, and then you would receive a certificate from me, and then you have to pay $1 or something. $1 to look at the questions, and possibly $10 to get something like that. But obviously, people might just ignore it. But it might be a bit of fun. Just because I get a bit frustrated sometimes that Glober's not giving quite the answers I would like, and if then flatties could then know that the person that they are talking to scored in my thing well. They know that this person's going to be they can be trusted what they're saying. The things like Coriolis, of course, would be another one. But I mean, the thing is, things like getting Coriolis right is actually quite tricky. You have to get to grips with some of the sort of vector maths and things and understanding some of the stuff to get that absolutely right. I mean, even someone like George got that a wrong occasion, and it's quite there's some tricky. Some of the simple things we talk about, if you want to get it absolutely right, are quite tricky. Certainly Coriolis, anyway.
Yeah, we got John Watson. If he unmutes himself, should be in here. And Paid Asset Shill.
Yeah. So one of the questions I was going to have are things like some cosmology questions.
Let's get a mic check. Hey, hang on. Whoops.
I was listening to Rumpus talking. That you guys
Paid.
Yeah, the whole LIGO thing is pretty much the death knell for the flat Earth, but they're either too lacking in gray matter, or they're just too wrapped up in their religion of flat Earth to realize it.
Yeah, they don't. I think, accept mathematical or logical arguments very well. I mean, you can get them to agree with 5 logical steps, and then when it comes to the punchline at the end, they don't want to take that final step because they realise that will then commit themselves to a globe, and then start rejecting all the previous logic. And so you can't present a logical argument to them. I think they don't see how compelling a piece of logic is. So they, from their point, and this is what I've always said, that they have this shield of stupidity and ignorance, where we can only use logic and reason with them, and if they don't follow logic and reason and evidence, then they're actually immune to us, and that's why I think a lot of them find it advantageous to remain stupid and ignorant. If you can do that, then you can reject any argument that that you might present Paid. I mean, I've seen you struggling with them to try and get them to understand what you're saying, and if they don't understand it, then they can say, I don't understand that, therefore I can reject it.
Well, my personal favorite is to hear Quantum Eraser actually talk about the Quantum Eraser experiment.
Isn't that good? Isn't that fantastic? That's been now refuted, yes.
But you can tell where he understands it because he starts disagreeing with it. Before that point, he's basically agreeing with all the points, even though it basically destroys what he says. But once he understands it, then he starts objecting to it. It's kind of funny.
You know it's been refuted, do you, Paid? There's been some articles by
Quantum Eraser has been refuted?
The quantum eraser experiment, which has been used for to justify the existence of retrocausality, has been invalidated in the last 6 months by people like Sean Carroll and Sabine Hofstede. There's been several videos on it, saying that in fact this was a mistake and that it was well known to be invalidated, but apparently even people like Sean Carroll were saying, well, actually, and Sabine Hofstede, I think that's her name. She's got a YouTube channel, German physicist.
Yeah, I subscribe.
Right, you're familiar with that? Where she did a video all about how the quantum eraser, the idea. I mean, it's in the physics book, the odd physics book. I mean, I've got one by Jim Al-Khalili, who's a respected physicist in this country, and he just talks about it, and he describes it in the sense of it having retrocausality, but now it's been shown to know everybody's mistaken.
The retrocausality comes in if you stick by the Copenhagen interpretation. There are other interpretations out there that don't allow for this retrocausality.
Well, no, it's not. Even with the Copenhagen interpretation, it's no longer retrocausality. That's the point of the.
Oh yeah,
Right. So in other words, I thought the point you were making initially, but I'll now hammer this home, make it even better. The quantum eraser experiment has been invalidated.
I'll have to go look at it.
So that's even better. So not only has quantum eraser been invalidated, but his name, the thing he's based his name on, has also been invalidated.
I'll have to look into that one.
So you should. It's well worth it. Yeah, it's quite a little bit complicated, but the experiment that he based his name on, which because he raised it because it's of this retrocausality. In other words, people don't know what that means. That means that you can go back in time. The future is affecting what happened in the past. So you've got retrocausality. You cause up the rules of causality, which is cause things to change in the future. It was being invalidated by this. And when I heard about this about 20 years ago, I thought, this can't be right. What the hell's going on? And then a year or so ago, I then became aware that even though it has been talked about by physicists, and in fact it's bollocks. There is no retrocausality. So it's quite amusing. So there's extra irony basically in Quantum Eraser's name that he chose it because this. I think he chose it because this paradox about retrocausality, because he heard about it, and now it's been sorted out. So his whole name is invalid, just like every argument he ever makes. What's the matter with John?
I don't know. I don't know what's going on.
Come on, John.
Hey, Bow Deal.
Hey, what's up, man?
There he is. So we got everybody working except John. John, why are you not working?
Perhaps he just likes hanging around.
Hey, I'm retired.
Right.
Me too.
But
now,
not from...
there we go. He's unmuted.
Hey.
Talk to us, John.
I think he's got internet problems because the fact he kept on dropping out, I think he's got some connection issue.
Yeah, he's not muted anymore, so we should be hearing him.
He's done that thing. Yeah. Oh well, perhaps we just have to wait until he sorts himself out. Yeah, so I always thought that quantum eraser experiment was one of the most fascinating things, and it always troubled me enormously that this thing was going back in time. I was thinking how this is impossible, and now it's turned out that it is impossible, and it's not a problem anymore, which is quite a big step forward in terms for me for quantum. Because I thought that was a real. It would seem to be a hole in quantum. It just was a contradiction in quantum mechanics. It seemed to me.
John, it's a possibility. It's on my end, and it's possible that if I dropped and rejoined, that might fix it.
Well, I can't hear him.
But the problem is, if I did that, I'm going to drop everybody else too. So.
Yeah, but it can't be that, Blue, surely, because we can't hear him either. It can't be your fault that we can't hear him, surely, unless you've muted him in some sort of role thing.
No, he's not muted.
Exactly. So I don't see how it can be your fault.
And I saw him unmute his mic, but we just never heard anything.
Exactly. Indeed.
So I don't know if it's a Discord issue or what's going on. Anyway, we tried.
On all of us.
You broke up again, GG.
I think that's the clipping I was talking about.
Yeah. We're only getting about half what you're saying when you kick in. Yeah, so I don't know if you want to talk about Bev's drivel or something, Blue.
I'll talk about anything you guys want to talk about. Whatever.
Well, it'd be interesting to... one thing I think that Bev doesn't understand that's absolutely rather crucial, he keeps on talking about these proofs. Of course, he doesn't understand about geometry, but he doesn't seem to understand that you can't prove the shape of the Earth by some geometric rule, because the Earth could be banana-shaped. You don't know. You have to measure it. You can't prove its shape unless you visit every single spot on the Earth.
Of course you can't.
To establish what it is. Exactly. So you have to measure it. So there's no way geometrically of proving the shape of the Earth. What we can do is what you've done with the LIGO thing there, is say, well, across this section, and if you accept the elevations correct, then if we extend that in all directions, then we've got a spherical Earth. Right. But of course, it could be that this is just this little bit is spherical and it goes off into a big banana or something. But you can only establish this by measuring it. There's no way of geometrically proving anything, because you can't prove anything beyond. And even that's a measurement. I mean, that LIGO thing, it's a measurement. You say, here's the elevation, this is straight. Therefore, from that, we can say this is what the geometry is. But you can't start off with the geometry and prove something by logical argument just from geometry. You have to have injected into this measurements of the real world. It's a real world. And that's the thing about maths and geometry are derived from rules like Euclid. Starts off with those axioms, and therefore, I agree with you, Brenda. I think you're right. I think it's just too stupid to understand. With the mathematics and geometry, you start off with some rules, and Betty, those telling me off for not understanding fully the something about the non-Euclidean space. I'm going to have to deal with him. You start off with some rules like the axioms in Euclid, the 5 postulates or axioms as they're called, And then you can derive all this other stuff from it. Similarly with maths, you can start off with, say, 1 + 1 is equal to 2, etc. And then define then by definition, you can define what these operators are. And from that, you can then derive integral maths, calculus, God knows what, most complicated, all the maths we've derived is from the simple rules you start off with. But if you're dealing with something in the real world, you have to measure it. You can't write an equation to say this proves what the Earth is. You have to go out there and measure the damn thing. So this is the difference between what's the one where you in philosophy where you're dealing with the outside world and one where you're not. There's oh bloody hell, I'm a bit tired. My brain's not working. There's a philosophical thing where you're by not hot. Bugger it. Sorry, Karen Blue. I'm trying to remember what it's called.
Well, when you start out with a grossly flawed assumption, like there is only one plane of the horizon, you're dead in the water at that point. You just shot yourself in the foot.
Yeah, I mean,
you've not proven.
Rule these...
This is the problem with their thought process. They think they've proven something, and they've proven absolutely nothing. They have taken a stance that there is one and only one. Let me move some people down here. One and only one horizon, and that is not true. That is just not true.
Thank you, Brenda. So I'm a bit tired of it today. It's a priori versus posteriori. I can never pronounce that word. Exactly correct. It's one. There are principles in philosophy. You can start off with an idea and then derive things from that, or there are things where you have to take into measurements of the outside world, or just things from the outside world, and that's called a posteriori. I've forgotten how to pronounce that stupid. My head's not really with it today. And so those are two fundamental different things you have to understand about philosophy. One is where you have some rules you start off with, and then you deduce. That's deduce, not induce, where you use deductive reasoning, which means you start off with some rules and then you derive some consequences from that. And another one where you have to go out and say, I'm going to measure this rule. And of course, that's why we don't know we're not a brain in the vat, because all our sensory apparatus, that could be fooled. So all this stuff that we try and gain from the outside world could all be just a fake environment that we don't know about, and that means that's why we can't prove anything, because that could all be, we could be a brain in a vat being fed this information. So unfortunately, Bev doesn't understand that proofs only occur in maths and geometry, but the Earth is a real world thing, and therefore you're getting input from your sensory apparatus, and then having to deal with it and measure it, and all these things, and all that can go wrong. I mean, all our way of measuring things is not perfectly accurate, and we don't know whether it's actually whether we're sensing this correctly, and you can't prove anything at all about the outside world. So thank you, Brenda, for that reminding me. I couldn't remember the two different things.
There we got John back for one more try. Unmute yourself, John. Let's see if it's working. Yeah, he's not. He might be listening on YouTube, not Discord.
Well, if he could type into the YouTube chat to tell us what's going on, or he could type.
He's been doing that. So.
Oh, has he? Oh, I'm
I got the YouTube chat up. I can see what he's doing.
Okay, I've been too busy talking. There's Flat Earth Math, who, he's too much. Flat Earth Math, you're too nice to Bev. You really shouldn't be so accommodating to this. You've got to understand the guy's malicious. He's not a genuine seeker of truth. When you explain things to him, he's not interested in learning. He's only interested in not learning and confirming what he believes. So your attempts to be super reasoned with him, I'm afraid, are always doomed to failure.
Hello, Wally.
Where's Wally?
Yeah, what's going on, Wally?
Stuff, Wally? Yeah.
Jump in if you like to.
There's something I was disagreeing with Wally about. He said something I disagreed with him about a few months or so ago on Bevs. I can't remember what. Something to do with horizontal.
Am I still clipping, by the way?
That was clear. That was a full sentence we heard from start to finish there.
All right. Maybe I fixed it. I don't know what I did.
Well, you can set the. I don't know if you've got the. There's a volume thing whether it kicks in or not in the voice settings. There's a green bar you can set where the microphone does or does not activate. Where you set that's quite important. If you go to settings and then go to voice, if you're in Discord, click on the gear, go to voice and settings, audio, and I think it's audio and something settings, and then yeah, voice and video, sorry. And then in there's push to talk, and then there's the input sensitivity, and then you can set that either manually or automatically, and that will determine whether you get. So that's an important thing to get right.
Push to talk, release delay.
No, not the delay. I don't use push to talk, so I'm a little bit. Can you have you got input? Can you see that? Are you in the voice and video settings?
Yes, I am, and I just.
And can you see? I think it says input mode, voice activity, push to talk, and then below that says input sensitivity. And then it says there's a switch on there saying automatically determine input sensitivity. You can switch it on or off, and if you switch it off, then you can set the level at which the microphone kicks in. So it's just below the push to talk button, input sensitivity. Anyway, while you're doing that, so I'll just reiterate that and remind what the point that Brenda just reminded me of is this fundamental difference that Bev doesn't understand where proof comes from. Every time he opens his mouth and says, Globus can't prove anything and I can, you know that he doesn't understand the basics of the fundamentals of what's going on here. You cannot prove anything about the shape of the Earth from a proof from a mathematical or geometric point of view. You have to go out there and measure it. So, you cannot prove what it is just by playing around with diagrams or formulas or something, because the real world could be doing anything. It could be banana shaped. You cannot have a formula for it and expect it to agree with that necessarily.
Or live in a desert.
Well, for someone who thinks he understands geometry, he doesn't understand that a surface of a sphere is a two-dimensional object.
I got a good point about that. I don't know if you heard it.
And that's Euclid. That's one of his. It's right at the beginning. One of his.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah, I mean the one way I had thought it was a couple of weeks ago. I had a new angle on trying to explain this. What do you think a line is in? If I have a line, and I have that in our three-dimensional world, do you think that's three-dimensional? I suspect that Bev would say not. No, he would say it was one-dimensional. But that's going through 3 dimensions. So the point is the things occupy the number of dimensions that from which you're viewing it. So in a 3D space, that one-dimensional line can be going through 3-dimensional coordinates. And you could say, well, okay, if I align it with one of the axes, it's only changing an x coordinate. But you can't really say, well, if this line changes its angle, it's going to go from a 1D to a 3D object. That's not really a sensible way to approach it. That line is one-dimensional. You can describe your position on that line with just one coordinate. That's what makes it one-dimensional, even though that one-dimensional line is changing its 3-dimensional coordinates. But that's because we're in a 3D world looking at this thing in 3 dimensions. So if we went to 5 dimensions, then everything would look 5-dimensional. So it makes no sense to then say, well, this one-dimensional line is now 5-dimensional. It's changing dimensions with the world that I'm looking from it. So that's why we say that something like a surface is 2-dimensional, even though it's occupying, it's curved. I mean, he did say a plane at one point. Bev did say a plane was only 2-dimensional. But if it's curved, then he seems to think, suddenly it's changed from being 2-dimensional into 3-dimensional. But it's still, you can still describe that, just like latitude and longitude, you can describe any spherical surface with just 2 coordinates. And if you can do that, then it's just 2-dimensional. And he doesn't understand this concept. He thinks that because it's occupying 3 dimensions, therefore it's 3-dimensional. But as I say, if you then lived in a 10-dimensional world, everything would become 10-dimensional, even a straight line. I don't know if that helps anybody thinking about it. I don't know if it's something you think is a good way of looking. I've bored. I've paid NASA shielded bits or something. I think perhaps I should shut up for a bit.
Check 1, 2. It's a test, so you guys can.
We got you.
Sorry, Shell. Did I bore you now?
No, I'm sorry. I was trying to unmute myself and jumped out of the room by mistake. My error.
John Watson was having issues joining. It's not hard, John Watson. It's just like every other server. I couldn't find the room because it was invisible to me. That doesn't mean that I cannot take, because if you can hear me, then that I'm proving you wrong. And that.
Oh, I don't
Obviously
think.
got some other problem.
Yeah, room shouldn't have been invisible to you, Jose.
Yeah, strange. I see it. I mean, now I see it, but I couldn't.
Huh.
It's visible to me too, Blue. I think you had to like join general chat and then you had to pull us in, then we can see it.
Right. Right. When you go to general chat, I see you, and then I can pull you in here.
Yeah, we can't see it though from out there. You've got it locked and hidden.
Yeah, I got to.
Well, I didn't. I was able to just click on it and go straight in.
Really?
I didn't have to go into.
You're special. You got a special role.
You're
I mean,
special.
no, same role. Oh, well.
Yeah,
Down
I
here
wanted
in the
to.
South, you're special. It means something very different, Jose.
Yes, it does.
Compass, were you talking about deductive reasoning and inductive reasoning?
Yes.
Okay.
Effectively, but there's also the
abductive.
Yeah, it wasn't quite what I was talking about, but effectively that's analogous. That's part of it. Yes. So you with maths and geometry, you start off with some rules and then you deduce using deductive reasoning things from that. So if you start off with a straight line and then make a triangle, and then you can make a pyramid or whatever, and you start off with some rules, and then you can know that the rules you're coming up with subsequently are provable, because using deductive reasoning. Whereas something like induction, saying, so for instance, the Earth rising every day, is from induction, where we say, well, the Earth rises every day, therefore by induction we're going to say that it's going to rise tomorrow. But you can't prove that. It could be that the Earth is not going to rise. Sorry, the sun. Sorry. So I say, I've got a bit of a headache. The sun will then rise tomorrow because it's done it previously. Turkeys use inductive reasoning every day between one Christmas and another, saying, "Oh well, I didn't die yesterday or today, so I'm going to survive till tomorrow." But of course, that doesn't work ultimately. Inductive reasoning, where you try and draw conclusions about how the world works. Laws of physics. Well, they've always worked up till now. The law of gravitation, Blue's Cavendish experiments worked every day in the same way. Every day he's ever done it. So tomorrow we could say, well, it's going to work in the same way. Doesn't necessarily follow. You can't prove that. But by induction, we can say, well, it's bloody likely.
Shout out to Anamorphic Mind for $5. Uh-oh, you're in trouble. We're in trouble now. Jose, here's your super chat. Oh, wait, wrong YouTube channel. Enjoy it, Blue. Sorry, Jose.
Whee! It's okay. Yeah. There you go.
Yeah, FP Angel's demonstrating he didn't understand a word I said and therefore caused it. Well, this is the trouble. If you try and explain something in depth, then if you're a moron stupid and you're using the shield of stupidity and ignorance, you just don't understand anything, and therefore you say, "Oh, I didn't understand that, therefore it's waffle or something else." Unfortunately, it's just a bit too much for them to take. Oh, someone's betting me $1 million that the world doesn't end tomorrow. Well, the odds are in your favour, Barry-on, but you could lose. Unfortunately, I wouldn't be around to collect my bet, would I? So.
And Stringer News 1 for $2. Vape juice for what, Poonie? Huh? No, wait, wrong channel. Okie dokie.
See, there we go. FP Angel thinks. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'm done.
Someone else was trying to say something.
No, you're getting benefit, Blue, because if people keep getting confused, if people keep super chatting, all kinds of channels, just tell them this is it. You're not in the wrong place. Just super chat me for PewDiePie and Logan Paul and all them people. Whatever comments you want to throw them in here, and you'll convey the message to them. It's okay.
Absolutely. I'll make sure they get the message.
There you go. See? All set. Sorry.
We are good. Hey, 90 people watching.
Monopolize the chat.
Excellent. 90 people watching. Really appreciate everybody showing up. This was a very impromptu, not intended to do anything other than just play around with live stream for a little bit. But I really appreciate you guys dropping by.
Several people are asking where George has gone. He is around. He's very busy at the moment doing stuff in where he lives. And so he's perfectly happy. And he will be coming over to participate in my rect experiment, rect observation along the Bedford levels, to determine this sort of 20-foot drop. Well, it's actually near a 17-feet drop, and showing this live. George said he wants to come along for that, as have other people, well, numerous other people. So George is not disappeared anywhere. He's around. In fact, he posts in your server a lot, doesn't he, Blue?
Yeah, he does.
Yeah, he's doing it all the time. So he's just not so prompt because he's busy building stuff and building whiteboards, and he will be producing some more videos shortly.
Yeah, I talked to him earlier today. He's doing fine.
Yeah. Yeah, well, unfortunately, Balanced Truths, a lot of people don't understand. This is the problem. This is Blue and I and George explaining to people who are stupid, don't understand. And if they're stupid and don't understand, just like Bev doesn't understand about the difference between how you prove things and not. I mean, what else can we say? If you don't understand something because you're stupid, well, I'm afraid that's what we're going to tell you. We can't. I don't know what we can say. I don't know, Blue. What can you say if someone doesn't understand something because they're stupid? I don't know quite how else you can rephrase it. I mean, Flat Earth Math. What's he called? Whatever his name. Flat Earth Math. He tries to be super
Carlos. His name is Carlos.
Flat Earth Math is called Carlos.
Yeah. His name is Carlos.
Okay.
I'm Spanish, so I just say Spanish names.
Anyway, so he tries to be super diplomatic, and he's desperate not to accuse people of being stupid. But unfortunately, that is the problem. You can't really get around it. The only way to do is to make arguments in simpler language, and Blue makes some really accessible videos, and I'm intending to make some really accessible videos as well. But there's a limit. I mean, no matter how many times we show Bev that down is towards the centre of the Earth, and he even's repeated that now, so he's sort of. But now he's saying, oh, look, your rect test where you're trying to show 20 foot of drop, it can't be because it's Charles. It's not Jose. Yes, it's Charles, not whatever Jose said.
Right. Carlos.
He doesn't understand. He thinks that because the Bedford levels, the river, the canal we're working on, is only 1.5 meters above sea level, how can you have 20 feet of drop? And that's because he doesn't understand the word drop. We're talking about with respect to the horizontal, and even though he's been told by me personally about 30 times that drop he thinks that's an elevation change, and it's not. He only, and even though despite the word drop has multiple meanings, and when we talk about it in the context of this globe Earth geometry, this globe geometry situation, or Earth geometry situation, we're talking about with respect to the horizontal. We're not talking about as an elevation change. I mean, so you can refer to drop as an elevation change, but we're not talking about that drop. We're talking about the drop from the horizontal, and there you can get a 20-odd foot. Yeah, here we go. This is it. Flat Earth Math's problem is he's a teacher, so of course he doesn't like calling people stupid. But I think you've got to understand, Flat Earth Math, you're dealing with people. You're not dealing with pupils that are trying to learn. You're dealing with people who don't want to learn and who wish to make you look stupid if they possibly can. They're trying to trip you up. They're trying to not learn. They're trying to pick holes. They're willfully trying to misunderstand you. And I think you've got to change your strategy with people like Bev. You've got to show where they're stupid and not just agree. You agree with them too often when you don't mean to. So, sorry. Yeah, I mean, he's a nice guy. Go.
Bev and the likes of SC and his crew over there at Next Level, they're grown men. They're not children. They're not students.
Yeah.
An interesting thing about what you were just saying, Rumpus, about drop. When Bev took his video where he's walking away from his mates and he's standing there on the horizon lifting his leg up, what's causing him to disappear, but we can still see the hill behind him? Like, if that's, the vanishing point or whatever the hell they call it, how come we can still see stuff behind him?
Yeah, I mean, it's a completely pointless exercise because you've no idea what elevation change has occurred.
Yeah.
So I mean, he's not level with the observer. His elevation is changing, and therefore it's completely irrelevant. So the only way to do it is to do something like a canal is to get at something that you know is going to be level, i.e., a body of water that's not flowing. So one of the reasons why it is so difficult to find locations like the one I've found. Well, other people I've found, it's been well known. It's one of the very few places in the country where you have a long body of still water. Obviously, a river is changing its elevation. That's why it flows. But you need a body of water that's not flowing, and then you know it's level, and then you can start doing level and horizontal comparisons. But if you've got some wiggly sandbanks and a river, you can't do it.
Try driving a West Texas road.
Say again, Gigi.
Those aren't as flat as you think they are. They look flat.
Okay. Well, across certain areas of them, certain places of them, they will be relatively flat for a given.
And the other thing excuse me if I'm taking over here, but things like this definition of flat, I'm doing this sort of...
You think so?
This definition of flat, of course, in geodetic terms, means that it's curved. It's got the same elevation, and therefore it's curved. The elevation's the same, and therefore it's level, and we call that flat. Bolivian salt flats have the same elevation, which means that they're curved. So in other words, flat is curved, which is something that a lot of people don't seem to understand. But of course, the definition of the word flat is multiple definitions. But the one in terms of what surveyors use, I mean, someone like Larry, the geodetic surveyor, when they talk about, we talk about a flat sea or a flat land, we mean that the elevation is not changing, which means it's curved, it's level.
Hey, Blue, your pal's here.
Yeah.
I
Rakia
see.
cries when people Rakia cries when people call him Dave. So he's actually doubling down. He says he's Dave Gafford. I mean, why do you guys use Dave? Use his full name. He's giving you green light, and you click the 3 dots, go to the channel, and it's his legit account. It's not a stock account. He just typed that his own name. So there's no issues, I guess, if we use it.
I have an excellent idea. Stop all the doxing talk. Don't be using people's names. Not in my chat, please. I would appreciate it.
Yes, if someone doxed Rakia, then whoever it is, don't do it. Yeah.
He's giving his own information, which is I find it wrong, because then he will try to retaliate again when people uses his full name. He's giving his full name himself, and then he wants to retaliate. That's
exactly why
he uses.
it's exactly why Bev posted all of his information up and his date of birth and everything.
Yeah.
So he could turn around and go, "Oh, they're using it against me." It's just a tactic.
I really don't want anybody. Don't even put your own.
No,
name in there.
I do get. Yeah.
That's enough.
Doxing isn't cool.
Exactly.
No.
Just call him Rakia. Whoever
Yeah,
it
I
is,
think the best choice is to maybe time him out so you can delete his name out there for people to see it, because he's attempting to do that, so to rile people up. So.
Well, I think he's allowed. If he wants to post his own name, you can't mute him for posting his own name. But I don't think anybody else should be using that. That's all.
No, just refer to him as professional victim, or
Yeah,
general.
that'd be fine. Yeah, exactly. Yes, I don't.
Well,
you should timing people out just because they're posting their own name. Even though it is a bit silly.
Well, just don't do it. Let's just say that's it. Don't do that. But if you fuck around and put your own name in there and somebody uses it, do not play the victim card.
Yes,
Stop that shit.
Yes, we're encouraging people to do that.
That's not going to work. So.
Yeah, I mean, Rakia's got some claim to some people have been posting pictures of his place or something, which is bad, and so he's perhaps he's just so aggravated that he feels as though he doesn't. Yeah, so he's got some sort of just avoid the whole thing.
It's a victim mentality.
Mm-hmm. Well, he keeps on thinking most of the... Sorry, go on.
Well, I was just going to say, I was hoping one of them would come in so we could have a talk about the sun sitting above my house here. They hate the Australians. And every time I try to, sorry, I don't mean to change the subject here, but I've been trying to chase one of these guys down for years to talk to me about the photos I can get. I can walk outside right now and get one. Sun's just above my house on the east coast of Australia. Not one of them will talk to me about it. Bev will say, "Oh, you're model afflicted," and blah 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 blah.
What point
I can predict where it's going to be. Sorry.
What? So, when you say everybody has a house, sun sort of above, what special point is it about your sun and your house that makes?
So I live in Port Macquarie on the east coast of Australia. The sun on a horizontal plane or a flat Earth should never be above my house, from what they tell us. The sun and the moon are equidistant and hover above the horizontal plane. So why is it above my house in Australia? And they'll say, "Oh, well, we don't have a model that you can actually use." Well, what are we going to use to map things then? That's what a map is. It's a model.
When you say above your house, you mean you can get it so it's GP is actually on your house. Is that what you're saying?
Yep. Which it's about 3,000 to 5,000 kilometers, I think, south of where it should be. I mean, this is just, I'm just basing my observations off what the flat earthers have told me in the past. As I said, sun and moon sit opposite each other, equidistant above the flat earth and hover around it. So what's it doing above my place?
So you're above the tropics, are you?
I'm at
Capricorn.
I'm at 35 degrees south latitude. Actually, I'll post it. If you look in live chat, I'll post up the, no, I'm in New South Wales, Port Macquarie.
So how
I'll post up the photo. Give me a moment.
I'm confused. How can the sun be directly above you if you're below 23 degrees, below the south of? I'm confused. How can it be south? How
in
can
the
you
live
have
chat?
Right. Okay, but I'm confused. How can the sun be directly overhead? In other words, at your zenith, when you're below 23 degrees south.
On the flat Earth or on the globe?
No, on the globe. Sorry. Yes. Well, you said. Well, I mean, yeah. Let's just start off. You're saying that the sun is directly at your zenith, where you are. I don't know whether you're saying today or
from where I'm not above my zenith. It's above my house there. I've just posted in the live chat box.
Right. So you don't. Okay. So So you're not saying it's.
No, not directly above me. No, but it's from where I'm standing. It looks like it's above my house. Like that photo there. It's got the coordinates are in it. Time and date that it was taken. All the information you need is in that photo to figure out where I've taken the photo, which is probably me doxing myself, but I don't really care. I actually have a standing challenge to flat earthers to come and spend a week here in my spare room, and I'll take them down to the beach and I'll show them the sunrise from, south of where it should be. Like the sun shouldn't be appearing where it does here on a flat horizontal plane.
Well, of course, they believe the Earth to be, and of course they believe has this circuit on the flat. Well, of course, some of them don't accept the AE model. I presume you're assuming that they believe in the AE.
That is what I'm going off, and that's the only one I've got to go off.
Something very important, Blue. If you can, I don't know if you want to drag Earth is live, and there's another user called Bro. They in a waiting room at your own time.
This is similar to the sextant challenge.
There we go. Got it.
This is basically a sun shot.
Yeah.
So this is similar to the
perfectly clear sky. I mean, that's clearly the sun. If that, and I've got another matching photo that actually shows the shadows in my backyard at the same time, about 30 seconds after. So it's definitely the sun because the shadows are being cast by it. So it's not a reflection. If it were a reflection, I'd be seeing more shadows. That's just how light works.
Right. So on a flat.
I know what reflected light looks like.
So, right. So you're saying on a flat Earth, because obviously another thing goes wrong completely in Australia is the direction of the sun. Where the model that we can show where the sun rises and sets, and the angle we can say matches obviously the globe Earth model. And on the AE model, it doesn't do anything. It's actually north. I thought I can't remember how many. It's about 20 degrees north of where it is should be.
That's right.
On the flat Earth, it's about 20 degrees north.
If I'm standing of an afternoon looking north, that's where I should be seeing the sun moving away to. But instead, it's moving to the left, which would be the southwest. Right of me is north, and to the left is southwest, and that's the way it's going. If the sun were on a flat Earth, it should be going to my right. It doesn't. Every single day it does the same thing and goes southwest.
Have you calculated where the flat Earth would have the sun rising and setting, and where it would be? At noon?
I have tried to, but I can never sort of get it pinned down. It's above the point, like the finger at the north of Australia. It should be somewhere north of that, towards the center of the flat Earth.
I think Wolfie has a good video on this. He uses the the app, and he's essentially just says on every AE model, if you look west, the sun should be setting north. But in reality, and he shows it in reality that it's setting south of west, and that was basically what I think you're alluding to.
Which video is that, Bio?
Wolfie made some type of video where he found a local street that points directly east and west, and he was at that point. I think he was there for sunrise, showing it rising from the southeast, and then I think he was showing it setting in the southwest. And then he pulled up an AE map. Right, and he pulled up an AE map through like Google Play Store or something, and he shows, according to this model, the one that they all use or refer to, it should be north of west. It should be setting, but in fact, in reality, it's setting south of west.
Well, the big problem is, of course, is that you can't have a setting or a rising sun on a flat Earth.
So we're going to ignore that for the moment. Yeah, we just have to ignore that for now because.
Where do you pick the rising point on a flat Earth?
I mean, when I'm down at the beach, it looks like it's coming out of the water, and I've said this to Rachie before, and she said, "Oh, what, you think the sun's actually coming out of the water?" No, Rachie, that's not what I think. It looks like it's coming up out of the water, which is just wrong in the first place. But it's like, we know it's not, because there'd be a hell of a lot more steam.
That's like saying there's a brick wall in the way, it's coming out of the brick wall. No, there's an
Exactly,
obstruction.
yes.
There's an obstruction in the way. Excuse me. But yes,
Like
going
if
back
it-
to the rising sun, though, if you do a calculation, though, on the flat Earth where the rising sun is, and you can't come up with a number. What determines when the sun sets and sun rises? There is no time. There's no piece of geometry you can say this is where. What you'd be able to see the sun all the time. It can't rise, it can't set.
From
What do you
where I
do?
live, yes, I should be able to send a drone up and see the sun at any time of the day. And I remember seeing Dave Murphy's video on Eric DeBay's level thing, where he's got the flashlight sitting above, the darkened table. You can still see the flashlight, even though you're on the other side of the table from it. So how come we can't see the sun when we send a drone up? We can, if it's setting, we can see it for another couple of seconds, but then it disappears. You send the drone up further, hey, it comes back into view. What's going on there?
Exactly. Go ahead.
Also, with that observation, what you see is with that flashlight is that it goes from circular to an ellipsoid. It approaches an oval shape, a very tight oval. And we never experience that with observations as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a really good point about Cypher. That's a really powerful point about the Earth setting, because of course the flat Earth idiots claim that it's getting so far away, and they ignore the fact that you should still be able to see it, but they somehow say it's somehow getting so far away and somehow dims out so you can't see it anymore. But ignoring the fact, of course, that it's not getting smaller. But if you just ignore that part, as the sun sets, as you say, and they claim that the flatties will claim that it's got too far away to see. And as you say, if you then change your elevation, oh look, I've brought the sun back. I went up high and there it is.
Yep, it's weird that.
It's still the same distance
funny
away.
How that works with
it went
boats as
down.
well.
It went behind something like a brick wall. It didn't go far away. It went down, matey.
So I'd actually like someone. This is a completely off the wall idea. But you send a boat out to sea, far enough away so you can still get someone at sea seeing the fireworks that this boat's is going to launch from out at sea. And if the fireworks are bursting at the horizon, but from where the boat's point of view is they're, 100 meters above them, something's going on there. I'd like to see someone do that. Take a boat out with a load of fireworks, have a bunch of observers on the shore, fire the fireworks off when they're out of sight over the curve, and see if see if you can get the fireworks to burst at the horizon from the observer on the shore's point of view.
Well, I'm sure that Lemon will come up with some sort of optical thing to explain.
Of course he will.
Jesus. So of course you got the equivalent, obviously, with boats going over the horizon, of effectively doing the same thing as your fireworks thing, or similarly, just looking at a big mountain of which half of which is missing. If half of it's gone, then you know, so it's not being compressed into nothing. If we can see the top half, and then of course this almost eliminates all the Rayleigh criteria crap. If you can see the mountain, the top of the mountain, then it can't be causing the Rayleigh criteria can't be causing the bottom of the mountain to disappear. That must be something else.
Well,
Something
things
in the
are
way.
Blackpool
mushing,
Tower
things are
photo.
mushing, things are
Please,
mushing and
please,
squishing down the hallway.
oh, please, Paige, you've repeated his drivel. I mean, that's the one guy I refuse to interact with because he simply doesn't. He just makes stuff up like, you know, the fairies did it effectively. And you can't argue. You can't use the tools of logic and reason with someone who just makes stuff up and doesn't accept logic and reason as a way to do things. He's just the most appalling flatty I think they've got. I mean, even with Bev, at least you can talk to him about geometry and vaguely use geometric rules and have some sort of geometry. And with Bev, with with Lemon, when he's talking about the eye doing different things, the top of the eye and the bottom of the eye doing different things. I mean, you just can't reason with someone like that.
No.
No, if you can't.
Lemon's word salad is actually no. What did I say? Lemon's bullshit is some of the nuttiest out there.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's even said, I can't remember who's. It might even be Paid who said that. Who's heard him say that he admits to making stuff up.
Yep.
He has admitted
creates
to
his own reality. Yep. He doesn't
so,
like reality, so he makes his own.
Yeah. So I mean, when someone does that, they admit we're doing that. You just know that what is absolutely. I was pointing talking to some of them, but someone who's prepared to just make stuff up as a way of obfuscating, confusing your argument, as sabotaging any sensible discussion. That I think that's just beyond the pale.
You can't have a discussion with someone like that. Not a sensible one, anyway.
I posted the video from Wolfie showing the app and then showing reality, just for reference.
Yeah, good one. Yeah, I've seen that video. It's a good one, isn't it? Yeah. And also, I think that may be the same video in which he demonstrates. I think it might be the same one. This demonstrates glare, the effect of glare, and how the sun doesn't change in size. And he puts the glare filter, the solar filter on, then takes it off, and then shows you the difference between what the camera detects in one case and the other. And it's one of the best videos, either that one or another similar one, of demonstrating what glare does to a camera, and she also shows it doesn't change in size. It's a really good one.
Well, I'm actually going to make a comment to Bev here. He's out in the chat saying, "Oh, firework boat, great test. Why don't you come in here, Bev, and talk to me about the sun and the photo that I've got of it above my house in Australia? And let's actually talk about that this time instead of you trying to, change the subject and deflect and not talk about the subject, because that's all you've ever done. That's all any of you have ever done. You don't actually want to talk to me about this. You just want to talk about something else, which is weird."
Sorry. You've got to remember, Cypher,
No, you're
that Bev cannot do any maths at all. So if you were to say to him, this is the angle at which the sun will come up on the AE map. Of course, he claims not to be a flat earther, of course. I mean, just so he does.
Yeah.
I don't think he accepts the AE map as being his map.
Yeah, he doesn't.
He'll just
It's model
I don't want to
affliction.
talk about that.
He says
Exactly. So he's got the model affliction. He's allergic to a model because he can't offer one because he knows it'll be invalidated. So he doesn't offer a model. He doesn't offer the shape of the Earth. So therefore, he steers clear of that subject. But if you were to get him to agree that the AE model is the one that he supports, and then you said, look, here's the angle. I've calculated what the angle will be on the spherical Earth and on the flat Earth. He wouldn't understand what you're doing because he can't do maths. I don't know if you've ever seen him attempt. He goes in for this Euclid stuff because that doesn't involve any maths at all. None. There is no maths except for the Pythagoras. Go ahead.
Do you know what's worse? What's worse than not having a map at all is there's actually someone in the chat that is a Mercator Earther. They actually believe that we live on a Pac-Man Earth. That's really dumb. It's dumb to be a flat earther and just to say, "Oh, I don't have a map," to kind of, to skirt the issue, to obfuscate. But when you advocate for the Mercator Earth, you are off the edge.
So
what's on one side leading to the other?
And you've got an edge on the Mercator projection. How do they get from one end to the other?
Like Pac-Man, they have time warps, they have wormholes. This is FPV.
It's a portal, yeah.
Angel. FPV Angel is in the chat. I destroyed him a long time ago, but he still wants to push the Mercator Earth. I told him, no, my friends fly from Anchorage to Vladivostok. Anchorage to Siberia, 3 hours.
Wow.
Can't happen on a Mercator. In fact, you can a flight from Honolulu to Tokyo, 6 hours. Where's the wormhole? FPV Angel is obviously just kind of silly Poe nonsense.
Yeah, I mean, he was the one earlier saying he didn't. I was just waffling when I was trying to explain about the difference between a deductive a priori and a posteriori way.
It's hilarious. I just want to finish saying it's hilarious that every time I correct him, it's like, no, you can cross the Pacific. We don't live on a Mercator projection. Every time I say that, he says, oh, you're trying to prove the globe, trying to prove the globe. It's like, no. I'm giving you evidence that we don't live on a Pac-Man planet.
Yeah, I mean, that's just incredible, isn't it? I mean, when I think that reminds me of an occasion when we were talking about how the to Riley, who has said several times that, and I was going to organise this actually sometime this summer, that if you could show that all the people in the southern hemisphere, when looking south, saw the same sky, he would become a globe earther. And he was then trying to justify it by having a diagram in which the stars rotated differently, and he had to swap to a Mercator type projection to enable that to happen. He drew some stars rotating on it, and well, it's just incidental. He resorted to that one particular. He swapped models from an AE projection to that model because it was convenient to allow for the different rotation orientation of the north and south pole. Of course, just the existence of two poles, of course, completely invalidates the flat Earth, because of course you can't have another pole that's rotating, because the one that they've got has got to be up from the north. So where's the south one? It's got to go down. So where is the south pole in this thing? Where's the other end going?
Yep. And so the one time I actually tried to talk to them about any of this, it completely threw me when I went into the next level Discord, and they all turn around and say, "Oh, we're not flat earthers." I'm like, "Wait, what? You don't think the Earth is flat?" And they say, "Oh no, it's obviously got hills and mountains." That completely threw me off. I had no idea how to respond to that. So
the pizza has pepperonis and anchovies on it. So
what? Yeah. So I tried to pin them down and say, well, what shape is, the land underneath your feet when you get to the end of it, sort of thing. And they skirt around it. They don't want to talk about any of that, but they're quite happy to say, oh, surveyors say it's flat, when they don't.
Yeah, that's a classic thing. It's odd, actually. I was thinking that some years ago that by throwing in something like that, it so shocks us. It's something so stupid. We have to start. How do I respond to something so stupid?
Yep, so dumb.
Wind back, or
like
of course we
I
all
tell you
know.
what, I swear my brain literally shut down for about 20 seconds trying to process that.
Exactly.
Had to reboot.
We all know. No one's claiming that the Earth is flat in the sense of there are hills, but what we're talking about is the underlying geometry. And there was a. And to argue this point with Bev about, 3 months ago, I asked him what would happen to a canal, because he's unhappy about going into the shape of the Earth. I said, if you have a canal and it's 7,000 miles long, would it be horizontal? And I asked him this question 30 times, and he deflected every single time. And of course, the point I'm trying to make is if you're prepared to have a canal that's 7,000 miles long and it's horizontal, then the underlying geometry of the Earth is a planar. It is flat. In that sense, and he didn't want to admit to that because, of course, he doesn't like the idea of extending his horizontal theory to the point of coming up with the geometry of the Earth. He just wants to say, if you ask him about the flat Earth, he then talk about topography, when we can all see that's a complete deflection, because he doesn't want to say the Earth is underlying geometry of the Earth. In other words, what does the sea? Because if you talk about what the sea's doing, you say, oh, well, what about waves and things, and tides. Actually, I offered the suggestion of tides, and then, of course, he latched onto that, and then that's another excuse not to answer the question, what's the underlying geometry of the Earth then, Bev? And he would not answer that question. If you're ever going to pin him down, just ask him what the underlying geometry of the Earth is, and a canal, would a canal be completely horizontal if it was, say, 7,000 miles long? He will not answer that question.
That's pretty much what I tried to do when I first went in there. I tried to say, what shape do you think it is overall? And they just wouldn't answer that. They couldn't.
Exactly. They dodge it, yeah. So
which, I think I cut through the bullshit and just got straight to the point, because if they don't have an explanation for things, why do they expect people to listen to them?
Well, yeah, I mean, it's a debating point. Bev is full of trying to prevent the debate getting to the heart of the matter, and he will try and obfuscate, and you'll be talking about something, and he'll also, as well as over talking you, he'll try and stick in any number of tangential issues into something, and then feigning. Oh well, for instance, if you say something like "down is towards the center of the earth," even though you've told him something like 40 times before, and this is where it comes to Blue and I. We're not quite sure what's going. Well, with slight disagreement. He seems to say, "Oh my God, you're saying that down is towards the center of the earth," and he'll put on this feigned. Now, there's certainly definitely an element of feigning surprise that you're suggesting this, but there are other things that he says that I think he really has not taken on board. And Blue thinks he's just trying to be deceitful all the time. And I think he's probably doing that at least 50% of the time. But sometimes I really think he forgets what he's being told or doesn't understand it. Even simple ideas like down is towards the centre of the earth. And I think he's got a mental problem, actually. I mean, it's a bit harsh, but...
Well, that and being deceitful are not mutually exclusive.
Exactly, he can be both. Exactly, that's right. He can have that problem and he can be deceitful, correct. And that's what I think he is. Blue, I think, thinks he's completely deceitful, and I think there's more him having some mental problem as well as that. But he definitely deliberately tries to avoid questions like, what's the underlying... If you ask him what the underlying geometry of the Earth is, he will not answer you. And if you say, well, what about a canal? Because he loves canals, because that's a body of water, and it doesn't have any tides and things, doesn't have any wind, you can protect it from the wind, and you then ask him, what would this be the shape of a long, really long 10,000 metre canal? Then he'll say, but there's no such canal in this world. And I'm saying, well, then you've got to say, well, I'm asking you to think of such a thing, Bev. What would a canal that's 10,000 miles long be? Would it be horizontal? And he did at one point slip out, well, it'd go on for as long as you like, but that's as much as you'll get out of him, because these people do not want to be... They know that suggesting a flat... At least Bev and some of his crew seem to understand that suggesting a flat Earth at 9 o'clock, Heroes currently posting in the diagrams, is inherently really stupid. And then he's just going to stick with the fact that he doesn't... I mean, I can't understand. This is a guy, along with Rakia, they claim to... Well, Rakia, for instance, claims to have a surveying book in which level and horizontal are very clearly defined. And Blue, in the earlier start of this hangout, showed a diagram from a book that Rakia had to have gone through if he'd got this certification thing, which describes very clearly the difference between horizontal and level. So Rakia's claimed to me several times that he's got surveying books, and he clearly wishes to ignore them. And Bev, well, he claims to have a certificate in something about this, but he says he doesn't actually have any books on surveying. So, because he presumably doesn't want to read them because they'll impinge upon, contradict his bloody view of reality. And I've completely forgotten what the point I'm making here is. But anyway, in these books, it says what level and horizontal are, and Bev does not like the idea of being put into the point of having to say, well, if you have a really long canal, what shape does that mean the Earth is? And it's really weird, this crew of people who don't want to then go from this horizontal, therefore the Earth must be flat. It's as though they know.
Well, it's definitely next level idiocy. Like below even Nathan Oakley, if that's possible. I didn't think it was possible to get dumber than QE, Nathan Oakley, Anthony Riley. Bevan's crew, ladies and gentlemen, said, hold my beer.
Yes, I mean, you have to say that they are a bit dimmer than the Oakley and Riley crew. And even though Riley only 2 years ago didn't understand what a force was, and now... But at least he tries to talk about Einstein thing and forces and acceleration. At least he understands F is equal to ma now. Whereas, of course, Bev can't do any maths. He cannot do any maths at all. If you couldn't talk to, for instance, with Bev about force equal to mass times acceleration, because he can't multiply two numbers together. He can't do something as simple as that with formulas and maths at all.
One time I asked Anthony Riley if he knew about the air pocket in the eggshell. He blocked me about 10 seconds afterwards. He didn't even know about the air pocket in the eggshell.
Yeah,
that, of course, would have given it buoyancy.
Yeah, but it's not relevant because obviously it combined. You get an overall buoyancy. I would argue that's not something.
No. But my whole point with that was, you didn't even understand the basics of the experiment that you were doing. You didn't, look into what the egg was made up of, what its interior looked like, what was in it. You didn't go any further than the kindergarten level of No,
but you don't need to. For the concepts of buoyancy and density, you just need to know what the average density of your egg is. So I must admit, I don't think that's a really good line of argument to tackle it.
No, but when it comes down to something like this, I would imagine you'd want to be as thorough as possible, in trying to prove to people that Earth is flat. That's just me.
Yes. I mean, I think the fact that people like Bev and Co. and their little crew dodge the issue of what the necessary consequence of this horizontal and level being the same thing means that the Earth has to be flat, and the fact they're reluctant to admit to that. Now, I think Blue would say they're being deceitful. They know that it would force it to be a flat Earth, and I'm not sure they do understand. Well, I don't know. The fact that Bev was so reluctant to answer what shape would a 7,000-meter canal, 7,000-mile canal be, and the fact that he knew that giving an answer would commit him to a flat Earth suggests to me he does So this is back to, so perhaps Blue's right on that one. He is just being deceitful.
Everybody understands it. Nobody is that damn stupid.
He said it's difficult to think that that's stupid, doesn't it? It's something like that, where imagine a canal 7,000 miles long. What shape does, and if you therefore make it the radius of the Earth or the diameter that it's 10,000 or 20,000 miles long, you know that means I'm trying to be generous here. I don't. I mean,
I got
I try. Go ahead.
I got a quick question about this Mercator, right? So if I'm looking at the Mercator, I got a rectangle in front of me. I got all the continents. I got in the top a little bit of this North Pole. I got in the bottom a little bit of this Antarctica spread around. If I go up the orientation, I'm looking at the top of the map, like this flat base of the map. If I go up, where do I exit? Because I know from whoever believed that if they keep going to the right, when they reach the right edge of the paper, they will pop up from the left. And they will keep coming, reach the right, and then pop up to the left, like this portal. But if I go up directly to the North Pole, where do I exit? That's a legit question.
You can't have a North Pole on a Mercator projection, or the South Pole. You can't put it on, because the Mercator projection does not allow for those extremes of the latitude to be shown. So you will not see, for instance, anything north of about was it Iceland or something, Norway or something, on a Mercator projection, and you'll only just see a little bit of Antarctica. In fact, I'm not even sure they show Antarctica. Yeah, they don't think they show Antarctica at all on a Mercator projection.
Well, another thing the Mercator doesn't have is a prime meridian. The prime meridian is the edge of nothing.
Yeah, and quite why? How can you justify going off the right hand side of the pin on left? Well, no, sorry. If that's your map, if that's what the shape of the Earth is, you can't just say I'm going to be able to transport as Alien was saying. Where's the wormhole? You've got to then invent wormholes to get from one side to the other. You can't just say it goes from there to there.
Yeah, how did Magellan do it? You know,
if you're arguing for a cylindrical Earth, that's a different issue. If you're saying it's not if you're saying that the Earth is cylindrical, okay, that's a different argument.
Yeah, it's like a toilet paper roll. Yeah, let's go with that.
So it does show an Antarctica or a Mercator projection, right? So if I just go down, and I hit Antarctica and I touch it down, and I keep going the same direction down from where I'm looking at it at the Mercator. Where do I exit? Do I exit a little more to the right, a little more to the left, up, or do I exit from the top to the bottom? So do I go to Antarctica? I skip the rest of the globe, the rest of the sea, and then I pop up from the top like magic.
Wherever it is, you pop out somewhere in the ocean, probably.
Okay. Yeah.
Can you show it on screen? FPV Angel is a little confused.
Yeah,
he's saying, he's like, have you guys ever looked at a map?
Here we go. I can screen share it.
Yeah, the interesting part about that is if you go off the north and south part of the Mercator map, you don't pop up at the bottom. You know, but if you go off the east and west sides, you immediately show up at the other end. So it must be a selective wormhole.
Yeah, that's what Jose was asking about.
So here's the Mercator, and I didn't think you could have. Okay, it's got a bit of Antarctica, but you can't. I don't think it can show the absolute tops and bottoms on some. Hold on,
if I keep going south, Chile, Argentina, Chile, and I hit this corner, and I keep going down, and I reach the bottom of the map, where do I come? Where do I exit? Do I just
water?
I'm lost
at
forever.
The top. At the top, water in the water somewhere.
Right? Okay.
Make sure you've got a floaty or an inflatable raft.
Okay.
And if you eat the big yellow dot, the ghosts turn blue, and you can chase them.
So I'm showing the Mercator.
So magical, yeah. This is so.
I've never seen a Mercator map go to 85 north and south. That really makes Antarctica look huge.
Yeah, I mean, it can't. I don't think it can go. You can't show 90 degrees north and south on the Mercator projection. So I must showing a bit more than I remembered being shown, but that's still not all of Antarctica on there.
You start seeing it mirrored back, and it would really be weird.
Well, then you.
It's just as you can see, the latitude lines become wider and wider, and they'd be infinitely wide at the pole. Right. So you just cannot show on a Mercator projection the absolute extremes
And again, the sun and Australia, it goes. So I'm on the right-hand side of that, goes in a curve over me and disappears like on the other side of the country. But from where I'm looking, it would only be halfway up the country on a flat Earth where it's disappearing. It just doesn't make any sense if any of this were true.
That's right. I mean, but as I say, if you try to explain that to people like Bev who can't do any maths or and don't understand logic, they can just argue, well, I don't understand it, therefore that's it. You know, it's very difficult to get through to people. That's why you have to use diagrams with them because they don't understand.
CGI.
Yeah, they don't understand.
You just can't win. They've got an excuse for everything.
Well, you can. Well, I think when you draw diagrams, the one thing they can understand, I think, is simple diagrams. They seem to be able to take that on board, and that's why that's a powerful tool with them. If you
Red
start
crayon.
yeah, if you start explaining with maths or something, and then you just give them a formula, as I say, people like Bev can't understand formulas. I mean, you've got someone like Dyslow, who just is a follower of Ken Wheeler, who's never used a formula in his life, and half these people are numerically completely illiterate. So they don't understand the compelling nature of maths, and as we see with Bev, he doesn't understand the deductive nature of geometry and the inductive or the posteriori form, the difference between measuring something in the real world and deducing it from abstract theory. And so, I mean, even these philosophical points go completely over their heads. So the only thing I understand is diagrams and seeing something in real life. So when for instance, my rect thing that I'm trying to do, this Rumpus Earth curvature test, I'm going to be able to show them a pole that's 20 feet lower or higher, a 20-foot gap, which represents the drop that's going to occur between horizontal and level. And they'll be able to understand that. And that's why that's a clear-cut thing they can measure. Something they can appreciate. And it's got to be on the human scale, of course. They don't understand things that are big. They don't understand things that are small. They only understand things that are about their size. And so that's why. I mean, for instance, Bob the Science Guy did a video with them where there was an inch difference or something across a half-a-mile lake. And of course, they just think that they dismiss that because it's not. They just think that's an error or something silly. So you've got to show them something. It's a big stonking difference between horizontal and level for them to be convinced that this. Well, they won't obviously be convinced that they're the idiots who are delusional and have a religious fanaticism for what they want. They're not going to accept anything. But you might have the independents who are prepared to take on board evidence. For them, it's a lot easier if you can say, look, this is this huge lump of drop here between level and horizontal. Then that they can appreciate that. So they can appreciate diagrams. They can appreciate things on a human scale. And that's about it. Anything to do with maths or compelling argument doesn't work. I mean, go ahead.
The photo of the Blackpool Tower and the mountain behind it should be more than enough evidence. And it was for Ranty.
Yes, I was a bit surprised at Ranty. I mean, again, Ranty, he's following the philosophy of most flat earthers. If it doesn't happen in their bedroom, then they don't believe it. It's got to have happened. I mean, half of them I'm amazed don't believe we all live in Australia because I haven't been there, but they don't quite apply this. Don't quite go to that extent. But effectively, the logic they apply is that if I haven't experienced it myself, it doesn't happen. And so something like Ranty, even though you could show him until he blew in the face, lots of theory and stuff. It's only when it happened to his little area that he was interested in, he then found it compelling. And he still, and for a few months afterwards, he still didn't accept refraction. He was still claiming that the Earth could have been locally flat where he was, and only over the period of a few months did he gradually succumb to the fact that refraction was responsible for some of these sort of being able to see too far effects. And he now seems to be completely on board with that. So that's good, I suppose. But with some of the
I still haven't had any of them take me up on the offer to come and see the sunrise from here at the beach at Shelley Beach. Not one will come and look at it.
Right, but the thing is, you've got to have then a convincing logical argument, the angle you're getting. So you've got to first of all get them to understand that
where they
angle,
are,
and so you've got to start off with that. And so there's no point in coming around and saying something, and then saying, well, that's what you'd expect to see on a flat Earth, and then you try and explain to them they don't understand it. You first of all got to get them to show that on a flat Earth it would be angle X, and on a globe Earth it would be angle Y. Then once you've got them to understand it, then you can say, come round, and then we'll measure it together. And then you'll have to accept it. But the trouble is, they have to understand a bit of geometry, and even
that's why I provide
the people don't understand geometry.
Yeah, and that's why I provide the coordinates where I'm taking these photos, which is my backyard. I don't, they can look that up easily. They can figure out where I live if they wanted to. They can come and stand in the backyard and look at the sun hovering above the house and go, well, okay, now that I know where I'm standing and where
But Cypher,
the
if they
sun
don't
should
accept,
be,
if they look at the angle and then you agree on an angle and they say that's what we'd expect to see on a flat Earth, you've not achieved anything. You've got to get them first to say this is the angle that would be on a flat Earth. This is the angle of being a globe Earth. Then you come around. There's no point in just
which
having
they
them
won't
come
do.
round and then exactly that's what the bit you're going to need to get through to them. And that means then they have to understand a bit of trigonometry, which of course is beyond people like Bev and Rakia. Actually, Rakia's almost. I think Rakia can almost understand trigonometry.
Yeah. See, that just makes me question their actual, sincerity in truth seeking. I'm using air quotes here. I
Oh,
hope that's coming
absolutely. They're not
through.
interested in the truth, but they're also very stupid. As I say, the shield of stupidity and ignorance they can use by keeping themselves stupid and ignorant. They can then deny any logical argument you make to them. It's useful for them to remain stupid and ignorant and not understand what you're saying. It's to their advantage.
Yeah,
That's why they don't want to learn things.
Rakia is already having a go in the chat. Look at the sun. I can do that at my house, lol. Rakia, the problem from my house is I'm in Australia, dipshit. The sun shouldn't be above my house in Australia on a flat plane. That's the problem.
Well, when you say above, you've got to be careful about the angle you're interested in, because when you said above before, I got the impression you were claiming it was your zenith, so you need to be careful
not the
about
zenith,
the angle.
No, it's like from where I'm standing, looking up at it. I mean, it looks like it's above my house.
Well, you need what you need to say is here's the angle, here's the azimuth.
Well, it's got the azimuth and everything on it. It's got all that information.
That's what you need to say. And you need to say on a flat Earth, this would be the. Well, of course, on a flat Earth, like I said before, it doesn't set. But how will you decide what setting in a rising sun, or if it's overhead? So, for instance, what you could agree is obviously what the overhead position, the noon position is. So you could say, here's the angle I would expect to see at noon on a flat Earth, and this is what we'd expect to see on a global Earth. And then you need to go through all the work in a diagram explaining what the two options are, and then what you see. So I think just by saying it's above my house is not going to work with them. You've got to say this is the angle.
That's why I provide the coordinates and I say, look, I'm in Port Macquarie near Shelley Beach. You can Google map that. You can scroll out. You can see where in Australia that position is.
Yeah, but they're going to just say, I can.
Well, they're not going to have a model. Yeah,
if they're going to then say, well, that's fine, the angle we'd expect to see is the one that you see, you've then got to say, well, hold on, you need to show me how you did that. So you've got to go through that process. Just by getting them to see your angle of your sun is not going to achieve anything. They'll just say that's what the flat Earth would predict. You need to demonstrate that the flat Earth is going to give one angle and you're seeing another. And so you need to get them to understand what the angle would be. And you need to show them a diagram. You need to go very, very very through what the angle must be on an AE map.
I've done that. I've done that.
Okay.
Hang on, I'll get you that. Hang on. Give me a sec.
Okay, totally good.
I've got it floating around.
But yeah, so you've got to really tie them down and you've got to say to them, right, what angle would you predict for the sun to be? And of course, people like Bev and the Rakias and will desperately avoid giving you an answer because there are two reasons for that. Of course, one, they can't do any sort of calculation at all. Although Rakia claimed the other day he asked me a question about what the something to do with the chord length between 2 points. So he claimed he was going to go away and work it out as well. I don't know if he did, but I gave him enough. So he certainly seems to be trying to make numerical calculations. But the second reason is, so A, they're not capable of doing it. B, they know that if they did and they got it wrong, they'd be held up for ridicule. So they're going to avoid that. So the one thing these flat earthers are very good is obfuscating and avoiding being pinned down. So, but that's what you've got to do. You've got to say to them, right, what angle is this sun at my place at this location in New South Wales? Is it going to be at noon? And I don't unfortunately believe that you'll get a single flat earther to make a prediction as to what it will be. And whatever angle you get, actually you observe, they'll just say, oh, well, that's the one I'd have had.
Yeah, and I'm just looking for them now. I've got stuff floating around all over the place. I've got to actually put it into a single folder. But I just took a screenshot of a Google map and, put an arrow on it, big red texter on it saying the sun should be up here, but this is where it is pointing off to the direction that I'm facing whenever it's rising or setting or whatever else. And there's another image that I've got that describes it perfectly. Hang on, I'll just find that.
Right. Blue's claiming I'm making him lose viewers, I think. Oh, dear.
In the general, I just posted that one up.
Nah, just rubbing Bev's nose in it, that's all.
I know. Oh, I know. Teasing me, eh?
Just give me mods. I'll time the rumpus out, and I say it was a typo, mistake, thick finger syndrome, like a slip off.
Don't tempt me.
Okay, it's there. Oh, Jesus Christ, I got the wrong one. Hang on.
Okay. Yeah, so this is while you're doing that, I'll just the general strategy is with a flatty, you've got to get them to make a prediction. They won't do it, so you have to bully them into it, or at least get them to give a qualitative answer.
Here we go. So that one where it says what the F is going on is the one that I try to use, and then I'll take a screenshot of the flag. That's where I live. So if that's the flat Earth and a representation of it, which of course they're not going to say it is, because
have you got a bigger version of that? It's a bit small.
if you click open original and then
I have, and it's still small.
Oh.
I don't know if Blue's what's Blue showing at the moment. Oh, okay. The
I'm not
YouTube
seeing.
Chat can't see that.
No, I need to.
Hey, Blue, can you pull a couple people into this channel?
I could stream it from my.
How's that?
Yeah, hang on.
Rufy is here.
Not much better. It's still.
There we go.
Still small.
Yeah.
Not much of an improvement, I'm afraid.
It's the best quality one I can get. I'll have to run it through a thing to. But it pretty well shows what I'm trying to point out. The sun rises off to the side like that and then sets on the other side. The yellow circle that you can sort of see is where the sun and the moon are supposed to be going. So that's where I should be seeing the sun. From the picture that I've posted up, it should be off to the left, way off to the left. It shouldn't even be visible.
Well, when you say left,
if Blue is attempting to, if you're attempting to show the screen for Rumpus, you gotta click on watch stream if that's what you're attempting. I know you know that, but
yeah, I was trying to figure out.
I can grab this image. Sorry.
Okay, Cypher went live, so I should be able to grab him. Hang on.
Anyway, I've got to go to bed, so
Okay.
let's see if your viewership goes up when I go away.
It's the only map that I can get from any of the flat earthers. Bev's not even going to agree to use this, so good on you.
They hate being pinned down because it means that they've got to make a prediction and they won't do it. Oh, Ruhif.
So this is what I see every day. Sun rises off near the ice wall and then sets off to the other side of the country. It never goes to. So if from the photo that I posted up earlier, I'd be looking roughly northeast-ish.
What are you showing, Cypher?
Just a web page.
Yeah, retina lock technology.
Oh, okay.
Oh, is that? No, that's the wrong one.
Yes.
Yeah.
Indeed. I think that's the point that Blue's making.
Yeah, there you go. That looks better.
Yay. Got there in the end.
Okay, sorry about that. So sun rises off here to the east, sets in the southwest over here. I live on the flag. I should be seeing the sun from that photo I posted earlier. I shouldn't even see the sun, the disk of it. It should be well up past the finger of Australia here, like heading off to the right. It never does that.
Right, so you've drawn in the yellow with the yellow line, the passage that looking from the angle you have of the sun. That's where it would have to go on the flat Earth.
Exactly. Yep.
Yeah.
But the bright yellow one is what actually happens.
Right, so it goes south of. God, so. But.
And again, which directions are not like if I'm looking south? How come I can see the same stars as everyone in these countries?
Well, this is the other insane thing.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt you. Yeah, this is the other
you're right.
insane thing. South has no universal direction on a flat Earth. Every direction is south. There is no non-south. Whereas on a globe, there's only one direction that's south, we all agree, if we're pointing in that direction, that we can all agree where it is. And as you say, you then see the same stairs. They're rotated. But on the globe, on this flat Earth, you could be facing a completely different bit of sky. I mean, it's just. I mean, you have to wonder about the sense of these people. You have to wonder about the sense of these people.
I can't even see Polaris, but if I want to, I can look on Stellarium, figure out where Polaris is, and when I actually find Polaris, the phone's pointing at the floor.
Anyway, I've got to go to bed, and we'll see if.
Yeah, no worries, mate. Good to talk to you.
That's right. It is good. Yeah. So thanks, Blue. Sorry if I've damaged your.
Night, Rumpus.
Yeah. Night, Ruth. Yeah.
Night.
Night, Blue. Night, everybody.
All right. See you later, Rumpus.
I went through this sunrise sunset direction with Brian's logic probably 3 years ago now on Ranty's debate, and I went through it for half an hour explaining why it should rise south of east, and he accepted that it does, but then he goes, "Oh, now it can't rise south of east on a globe," and I had to then go and explain why it does rise south of east on a globe, which he still doesn't get.
I mean, it makes sense when you put it onto a globe model, but any other way, it just doesn't work at all. It just doesn't.
I think Rumpus nailed it, though. Like, you've got to get these guys to actually make any sort of prediction for what they would see if the Earth is flat and then go out and test it. And that's what they won't do because they know.
Yeah, which is, I think, why they're so scared of talking about this, because we're doing exactly that.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this just simply cannot happen on a flat Earth. It can't. It won't. But they don't want to talk about it any more than they want to talk about looking at what the water's doing at the midpoint of the water level. They're not going to talk about that either. They're not going to run any kind of test like that because they know damn good and well what it's going to show.
Exactly.
So, yeah, I mean, if one of them wants to have a discussion with me about it, I'm more than happy to. But they have to actually stick to the subject instead of trying to talk about anything else other than the sun being where it is in Australia here.
Hey, Doofus, can you unmute and talk to us?
No, we can't. There you go.
Yeah, we were having Discord issues with John Watson earlier, and that may be going on with Doofus too.
It might be necessary to mention that you can't straw man a model if they don't have a model. Right. Can't straw man something that doesn't exist.
That's true.
That's why they don't have a model. They refuse to.
Because reality doesn't match any of their models. It just doesn't, and it never will.
Which is why the smart ones will never admit to a model.
Correct. Yeah. And it's not a straw man to point that out.
Where's Wally's posted a link to that?
A straw man is misrepresenting one's point. Yeah, you can't misrepresent something that doesn't exist.
Saying Wally's posted a link to the conversation I had with Brian. Posted in the chat. I'll post it in the Discord as well.
I have watched that. It's good.
Yeah, it's hilarious.
See, in a lot of cases, it's just a refusal to even try to understand what's going on here. They just don't want to. It's very childlike.
Rakia's whinging about why Blue's banned his dumbass. What do you think, Rakia?
Oh, a bunch of them got banned for breaking the rules of the server. Sorry.
Oh, no, but like trying to just disrupt the University of Tennessee stuff, like that was just,
Well, as you might suspect, that's not what Rakia maintains. No, they legitimately, really and truly wanted to come see it. Yeah. I believe that, don't you?
Of course.
Just like their questions aren't really sea lioning. They really, really want some globe proof today.
Yeah. You got to ask, what is, if I show someone a mountain with like 2 kilometers of it below the horizon, what is it in your mind that constitutes evidence for the globe? Like, what do you expect to see if the Earth is a globe? In my mind, I will see mountains disappearing from the bottom up.
Or boats.
Yeah.
Or pretty much.
I mean, if
like the mountains,
zoom
but it's
in
like
with
2
my
kilometers.
telescope. Go on, Blue.
Mountains, boats, everything disappears from the bottom up.
Yep.
I would say even cars and buildings on salt flats disappear bottom up.
Yeah.
If you can zoom in with a telescope and be reading, the crewman's name badge with a telescope, but you can't see the bottom half of the boat, what's going on? Why? How come that guy's actually further than the bottom of the boat away? Because the deck of the ship is closer to you than the wheelhouse, isn't it? Why do you think they had crow's nests to see over the curve?
I live in the desert here in Nevada, just north of Las Vegas, and I can see the belt of Venus every night that it's clear, and it ain't shaped like the sun is a spotlight.
Well, stop using high quality technology. Use shit technology, and then it'll look
my
the
brain, huh?
same. Yeah.
Yeah, don't you know the best telescope in the world is a Nikon P1000?
Hey, what's the range monetary value for renting some surveying equipment, like a theodolite, perhaps a total station? Shit like that.
$25 a day. $25 a day for a Nikon, what's it called? Number 100. Let me just check it up. I got it from, what's the suburb that Disneyland is in?
Orlando?
Anaheim.
Disneyland.
Anaheim.
Yeah. So I got a Nikon NE101. It was $25 a day. 25 US.
Yeah, I'll have to look into that because I'm in San Antonio, and the distance to Austin is about 80 miles. I think it's shorter than that. But we have a hill that's 1,600 feet tall, or an elevation, sorry. And then I want to make an observation to see if I can see the skyline of Austin from there. I think it'd be really tight numbers, but I'm considering doing that. But I want to make measurements, not just a random picture.
Blue will understand this. 1,000 feet over Bakersfield for Sacramento.
Yeah, you were cutting in and out on that one. Try it again.
If I'm sitting 6,000 feet over Bakersfield, why can't I see the airport beacon at Sacramento?
Oh, gee, let me guess. The big fucking rock in your way.
Yeah, Blue, Doofus is asking that you move him out and move him back in. Could you do that for him?
I don't know what's going on with Discord. But
Apparently it's not working on mobile. At least that's what Doofus is saying.
Huh?
Apparently the mobile version isn't working right now for some odd reason.
Huh.
I'm on mobile. I'm working.
Okay, I don't know then. Maybe they got problems in certain parts of the United States or something. It's busted. It's broke.
Well, you know my motto. If you can't fix it with duct tape, fuck it, it's broke.
Look for your ball peen hammer.
Well, if it moves and it's not supposed to, you use duct tape. If it doesn't move and it's supposed to, you use WD-40.
It's if the baling wire gets rusty. Or where does that come in?
Just scrolling back through the chat, John Rapp made a really good point. If it weren't for spell check, Flurfs couldn't even spell model. That's a good one, John.
Oh goodness, the religiotards in the chat are all upset because I used the F-bomb. Oh my goodness.
Oh, and I took the Lord's name in vain. Earlier.
That is... I didn't...
I mean, I was already manning the barbecue when I got there, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, I certainly didn't mean to offend your delicate sensitivities out there, folks. I'll try to behave better. How's that?
There's a lot of triggered.
And none of them will come in for some reason.
Gary's banned, right?
I'm a writer. I firmly believe that language is
Language is what?
language is used for communication. And if you drop an F-bomb, you definitely let somebody know what you're thinking.
Yeah.
Yes, Rakia, not everyone is a Christian, champ.
Now, this is curious. How does Rocky get that I don't believe in Jesus out of what I said? And I'll remind Rakia that I've heard him drop a few F-bombs too, so, yeah.
Well, I'm not new, Bev. I've been around a while.
He's a mind reader. He knows exactly what you believe in.
What he means is you're not a fundamentalist Christian who believes in that the earth must be flat because it says so in some misquoted Bible passage. That's what he means.
I used to be, but not
Misinterpreted.
anymore.
Which, like 10 years ago, never would have crossed his mind. And it without YouTube, it'd still just be a happy, normal religitard.
I'd like to flow us in chat to say, look, here's my model, here's a prediction that I'm willing to test in reality. Ev won't, Rakia won't, FPV Angel won't. Who else is here?
Which guy? Bev. Not okay. Which one? You don't even know who you're talking about. Unless you're doxing them, of course.
I hope he's not talking about me, but probably is because I brought up
someone new,
willing to use a theodolite or surveying equipment.
I mean, I know everyone in here.
Right. I'm sure Rakia can fill Bev in on who I am, if Bev's talking about me.
I'm sure he could.
I'm just so surprised that someone like Bev has access to the equipment and is certified, it has provided 0 measurements.
Hey, Rakia has like given his own name in a live chat.
Oh yeah, he just did a while back.
Yeah.
Ernie Matthews is so funny. Pinche spell check, pinche religion. It's like Mexican for fucking spell check, fucking religion.
I think it was in your video. It was in Blue video where something about bankruptcy, and Rakia goes, "I, DG, have never filed for bankruptcy personally," or something.
Some people are addicted to being a victim. That is a thing.
Yep, professional victims.
Well, there's another term for it, but I won't mention it right now. It's a personality disorder. See if you can figure out which one.
Starts with an N, ends with a cyst.
That's there's an overlap. It's a borderline personality disorder.
Ah, right. Yep.
They do split. They can be your best friend, but it can switch for 3 hours and back and forth.
I find a very healthy dose of narcissism amongst the flat earthers.
Yeah, less borderline.
Yeah, well, that overlaps a lot with Dunning-Kruger.
Yeah.
Oh, did that work finally?
Yay!
I'll tell you the really stupid thing I did in order to get in here. I had to open an incognito tab in Chrome on my phone to pull up the Discord app in the web browser.
Well, that's absolutely weird.
Oh, Rakia's whinging about being doxxed now. For God's sake, dude.
That didn't take long, did it?
Where were you doxxed, Rakia?
That's his natural state of being triggered over being
Rakia
doxxed.
literally doxed himself.
Tell me where you were
like
doxxed,
in a live
Rakia.
chat.
Where?
Like anybody cares about his doxes.
Yeah.
Yeah, true. Like, how many years have we known people, right? They're like real names.
Several?
Yeah. Are we fucking rocking up on their doorsteps with weapons or something? Like, what's... Yeah.
Some of us 3/4 of a century.
Yeah.
Just real quick, just so it's on voice. Rakia, you laughed at the no measurements thing. Me and you have a DM open already on Discord. Can you message me some measurements that Bev has done and provided? Measurements, not just observations. Thank you, Rakia.
He's saying it's not possible to dox yourself. Yeah, it is. I did it with a photo. I mean, it's not my name and address and everything, but you could probably find them with the coordinates, I'd guess. It's not like I'm a hidden figure. So yeah, none of them have come in to defend their shit. Kind of weird. I think they'd be jumping at the opportunity.
Well, Bev and Rakia are banned in this server. So
we'll let Flat Earthers speak. We're not Oakley here. Said we're not Oakley's quote-unquote debate. We'll actually let you speak.
No, but those two are banned on this server, correct?
Yes, they are.
Yeah, no. Any of the other ones. Let's see. What about SE? Is he around? He was around earlier.
SC's never
there
been
he
banned.
Is.
SC's not going to come in.
SE has told me before that he doesn't know what it is. So my point back to him was, well, don't go telling people what it definitely isn't, Ben.
Yeah, make a prediction that is different to the prediction you would make on a globe.
Yeah. He's the clown of the clowns, if that were even possible.
Is that not also Paige?
Where's Paige?
Well,
I haven't seen Paige in a long time. Did she like burn out or something or what?
She's here.
She's here.
She's called Super Flurf.
Oh, that's Super Flurf? Just Paige?
I mean,
oh, okay, that makes sense.
all of our flat earthers are an embarrassment nationally, so there's
I
that.
was gonna say an Australian or South African
Yeah, they're
or
the
New Zealand
worst of the worst, man.
flat it's just like the dumbest of the dumb. I mean, walk outside
Yeah,
on a
honestly.
clear night, look south, and see that the sky is not what they tell you it is.
Well, Mitchell's a definite fraud. He's been caught out so many times it's not funny. So, proven liar. I do know another couple of other Becky from Gem Panda's server. She's weird, but she's easy to get along with. Becky's easy to get along with. That's the thing. She's not as fundamentalist with her flat earthism as some of the others.
Flat Earth Aussie Jesus was always a real.
Oh,
I liked him. He was mental, but.
He's just having a laugh, having a drink and a laugh. Honestly.
There are very few flat earthers that are actually serious about their belief in flat Earth.
Yes.
Very few.
And the ones that are, like Seek Truth, Speak Truth, and Ranty, and I've known a few others that have come out. Space Pope, I think, is no longer a flat earther. Who else was there? They've had a few defections over the past couple of years. Sean G, yeah. Jose, obviously. Who else we got? I know there was another one of DeBay's followers that was not Speak Truth, Seek Truth. He sort of kept under the radar. He didn't actually do a lot of YouTubing or anything like that. Walked out of it about 18 months ago now. Losses all over the place, and you check the Google Trends for search results on Flat Earth. They're dropping every single time you look at the past 12 months. It's going down, less and less every month.
All right, am I muted? Can you guys hear me by any chance?
Yeah, we can.
Oh, okay. Yeah, no, I was going to mention, is that Paul Baker or NZ were you thinking of?
Yes.
Yeah, that was him, yeah. Yeah, I just couldn't remember his name. Yep, that was him. He did post up one video on his channel when he came out of it. I had been out of it for a little bit, and actually denounced the flat earthers like Nathan Oakley and the charlatans that were making money off it. So there's that.
Yeah, he kept pretty active right after that too. Quite a few nice videos to watch.
Guy B. Hunter nails it. If they were serious, they would have taken some serious measurements by now.
Yep.
Correct.
I was having a
Say
discussion
Beagle.
with Paige in the side chat there. She said that her proof against the globe, or whatever the words she used, was that water. She uses water as her evidence against the globe. And I asked her, what about when water is in the way of things in the distance? She said, well, all you have is questions. You don't have any proof. What am I trying to do? I'm trying to get you to acknowledge that water gets in the way of things. That's one of my evidences. She's avoiding it. She's running away from the question. She just doesn't want to address it.
B-balls in the chat.
Behind a waterfall?
Yeah, I mean, no, but the actual surface of a body of water.
B-ball posted a video a couple of days ago, from a while ago, from Bev going on Brandon's show to present his water level proof. And it's just 40 minutes of Brandon going, what the you think this proves, Bev?
I watched that.
It's so
yeah,
good.
I watched that. Yeah, Brandon wasn't even buying your bullshit, Bev. So
Shout out, Bev.
For all the things that Brandon subscribed to, he was one of those, maybe the quote unquote best flat earther to raise questions and doubts when flat earthers brought anything. He was pretty consistent about it.
Oh yeah, listen to Oakley's panel, right? Brian's logic came in today and said because the rays from the sun are hitting the Earth parallel, that means the entire surface of the Earth is the GP. You can't have one GP
Oh my god!
if the sun rays are coming parallel. Like
You gotta be
unbelievable.
kidding.
And then
What?
Adam Meakin, I brought it up with Adam Meakin afterwards, and I said, "This, you guys are in a cult if you can't correct each other on this bollocks, right?" And he said, "Well, I'm willing to hear why you think he's wrong." I literally busted out the crayons and showed it, like, unbelievable. He's considered, Adam Meakin is considered the mathematician on the panel. He's like, head of the remedial class.
Yeah, how frightening is that?
Yeah.
Bev's just made another comment in the chat. What would you guys do without FE? Who would you talk about? It's not about the individual people, Bev. It's about the idiotic ideas that you have and the fact that you can't support them. And we destroy your shit every time we walk into a chat with any of you. Let's take a toll. Like, who here is a garbage man? Or I'm assuming all the guys that are in here at the moment have done something fairly intricate and high level with their lives. Things like telecommunications. I know Blue's an ex petroleum engineer, weren't you, Blue? Or you did a whole heap of shit. I think all of us in here at the moment have done things that actually involve the shape of the planet. I used to work in telecommunications and would have to point a satellite dish at, another satellite dish over the curve of the Earth to get the signal to bounce. But, things like that. Working with reality, things that actually work for people, do things for them. What have any of you flat earthers done for humanity in regards to, the shape of what you're standing on? And SC doesn't even know. So let's not even talk to him.
So the SE in SE Montreal is Shallow Earth Montreal. Is that right?
Did you say Shallow Earth?
The Shallow Earth is I think the best one.
Earth. Stationary Earth.
Okay.
Oh, stationary Earth.
He's
Yeah,
a
that makes
stationary
sense.
earther.
Okay.
No, we're not doing that. It is definitely Shallow Earth.
Is it?
Not for realsies, but
Okay.
the accidental joke about that works so well that it has to be.
And it's come up again. It's still working.
Who's the board?
No Names answered the question, what would we do if FE died? And he goes, we would probably pick on Yex instead. That's probably correct. That's where I came from.
Who's the boiler maker?
I don't know. I think we'd
Rocky.
Yuck? You mean young
Earth creationists? Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty dumb too.
I think we would still shoot the shit though in general, because there's still things going on in the world that warrant a discussion. I think people built relationships in which we don't have to talk about the Earth shape. We could very well be in a bar shooting the shit about anything.
Anything else? Yep.
Well, if Flat Earth dropped off the map, no pun intended, I would probably one of the things I would focus more on Mandela heads. Those guys really piss me off.
Yeah, but at least that one's fun though. Yeah. It's the ones that claim like reality changed, like you felt reality change because of a Mandela effect. Like that's a little absurd, but it is fun to be like, oh shit, I thought the Berenstain Bears was spelled this way. Fuck. Like that shit's fun.
Or like the Def Leppard song. From my head, how's it? I'm sweet. From my head to my feet. Is it my head to my feet or my hand to my feet? Yeah, okay, sure, it's fun. There's like a guy making money off of that, and he's like, "This is real."
Oh no, yeah. I draw the line at making money on a thing like that. Like it's fun to discuss and like get into, but like if you're gaining monetary value for spreading shit like that, then it's like, nah, you cross the line for me.
And they always say, "You don't get it because you haven't been affected." And basically, it's an excuse to get everything wrong.
To be super fair, the Shazam one always fucks my head up every single time.
But you never saw it.
No, so all right. We don't have to get too deep, but I can picture Sinbad in the genie costume. I can't remember a scene from a movie, but I can remember seeing him in that costume with a Kazam on the front. I can see it with my head. But I think what they said was there was some type of promo or commercial that depicted him that way, but it wasn't real in any way, just a random commercial, and he had a random costume on. I think that's how they attribute it.
Yeah, nobody built a quantum computer to go back in time to recreate that memory for you. Nobody went back in time and created a time machine just to change Jiffy peanut butter to Jif.
Well, how do you know? You can't prove it didn't happen. Therefore, I'm going to claim it did, and you can't tell me otherwise.
Right, it's unfalsifiable, right? No, it is falsifiable because there's this thing called the butterfly effect. So, for example, in the case of the peanut butter, you wouldn't remember the jingle from the 80s. Not the jingle, but the catchphrase for the commercials was choosy mothers choose Jif. Choosy mothers choose Jiffy? That doesn't sound good. You'd remember that. So, in other words, butterfly effect means too many other things would have to change. But I could have sworn Dolly had braces on Moonraker.
I don't know that one.
That was like the punchline of the whole movie. Well, that, and except for they're looking on the radar and there's like, what is Bond doing? Because they were like and the other guy, Q or whatever, is looking at the wrong. He's looking at the radar instead of the ship camera. He says, I believe he's attempting a re-entry.
Actually, the Berenstein Bears one, there's actually merchandise with both spellings on it. I found that years ago because I used to think it was one way and found out that it is both ways. That's why that exists, that one anyway, because people have seen both spellings. When the licensing changed or changed hands or something like that, there's a whole wiki page on it. But there is, items out there with both printings on it.
It's like nobody's seen Moonraker.
Didn't that have
I
Andre
saw
the
it when it
Giant
first
in it?
came out. I saw Moonraker when it first hit the theaters.
I have seen Moonraker.
So you get the joke, right? I believe he's attempting a re-entry. He's with the on the ship with the.
Yes, I do get it. I got it.
See, if I have to explain it, it's not funny. But yeah, I think I heard a rumor. I haven't read the book, but apparently Dolly did have braces in the book. I can neither confirm or deny that. But yeah, it's just there's a spoof on it. But yeah, nobody created a time machine to change the Berenstein Bears. You'd do something bigger, wouldn't you? Like knock back the Berlin Wall 10 years earlier.
Take out Hitler?
For example, like in the movie The Final Countdown. Yeah. They had an aircraft carrier go back and cut off the Japanese attack on Pearl Harbor like by accident. See, that's the kind of stuff you would do. You wouldn't go back and change peanut butter labels.
And that one had Kirk Douglas in it.
There's the Shazam, by the way. There's the picture in chat, Earth is Life found.
If you went back in time and changed the label, why would you remember it wrong?
Oh, but you have contact with the other dimension. You're sensitive. You're special. You have special knowledge.
Gotcha.
Right. Why would you remember it in this dimension and if it never happened in this dimension? Got it.
But I think you're dealing with people that have got a screw loose there. And
Oh, I think it's more than loose.
Yeah, missing.
And probably more than one.
Oh, yeah.
Well, again, it's Dunning-Kruger because they're like, I don't remember South America being that far east. And it's like, when was the last time you heard a cartographer say that? Or when's the last time you heard a doctor say, "Oh, I could have sworn that the heart was on the left side." But like I said, that's the first video I made on it. It's called speaking of James Bond, I called Mandela Effect License to Fail.
That's a good one.
Excuse to do anything, to screw anything up.
Now look, you guys got to. You guys got to stop timing out Rocky. He's getting the chat all wet out there with his crocodile tears. Poor baby. I got an idea, Rocky. Maybe stop being such a prick and people will stop timing you out. How's that?
Boom, motherfucker.
Boom.
Well, that's
Shots
sensible,
fired.
Blue. You expect Rakia to be sensible? Yeah, there's a worldwide search for flat Earth. It's way down. From the 3rd of the 9th to April, 0, nothing. And let's see, from the 13th to the 19th of March, 75, and then it went down to 63, and that was down from 82, and that was down from 100 in October last year.
Yeah, Roof, I think I'll save that picture. Something tells me that something basic like that will come in handy.
Yeah, I've sent it to Meekin and Brian's Logic today. I should clip out the little bit where Brian he brought it up like 3 times. No one corrected him on it. Unbelievable. You're in a cult, people.
Yeah, I've thought about making a sock account and then just presenting myself as a flat earther for a bit, and then every now and again just bring up something ridiculous and just to see if I'm challenged. And
Yeah.
I think we could find examples of that currently, but to do it purposefully, I think would yield the purest results. And I really don't think I'll ever get challenged.
No, I tried it once. I tried it one day on what was his name's channel. I just thought of the most ridiculous thing possible, and he made me a mod.
There you go. Just say some stupid shit, and then you'll get some power in the arena. That's why oh man, I don't push Shallow Earth as hard as I should.
Oh,
But
that was
I really feel like that has a chance to catch on.
That was Cleary. I think he was one of the Bevtard crew.
Yeah, where did he go? He seems to have disappeared.
I think after he realized that I wasn't who he thought it was, it wasn't fun anymore.
We just find out where Brian's said this bullshit.
I think so far I've sort of convinced 2 people of Shallow Earth. One being the Realm, who's a concave earther, and he started implementing Shallow Earth into some of his arguments. And then Pete Shea said that there's some legitimacy behind it, and I think he was being sincere. But it is Pete Shea, so it's not saying much.
I was about to say, yeah, it's Pete.
Keep in mind, I had Pete Shea arguing with a bullshit generator for 45 minutes one night.
That's a fun exercise.
That was a classic, Blue. That was really funny. Yeah, he just got some Babel generator and he was arguing with it.
I'll have to check that out. That reminds me of like trolling scammers with a soundboard.
Oh, it was hilarious. Then a couple of other people figured out what I was doing, so they pulled up the bullshit generator too. They went on for a good 45 minutes.
So
Do you have
Brian's
a
logic.
video of that at all?
Huh?
Do you have a video of that at all, or no?
I don't even remember where it was. I think it was on Jose's, either Jose or Sean G, one of the two. I forgot now. It's been a long time ago.
Ready for Brian's magnificent GP? Where is the GP? How can you have a GP if you have parallel light rays? It means that the object that's producing those parallel light rays is so big that the light is coming to the surface of their globe parallel. So that means that anywhere that's lit by this heliocentric sun is the GP. You fucking idiot. And no one corrected him. They just let it slide.
Yeah. Let's think about how that might work on a flat Earth.
It's kind of true on a flat Earth. You have a massive sun.
Yeah, it absolutely is. There would not be a GP on a flat Earth.
Well, I think what they would say is that the rays are not coming in parallel.
That's what you have to say.
No, right, of course. I'm not saying there's any backing to it. Just those are the words that would probably be used.
I just want to address the chat real quick. Apparently, Bev's saying that he thinks SE isn't allowed on the stream because who's not allowed on the stream, Bev? But yeah, why won't SE come in and have a talk to us?
Beats me. He's not banned. He can join the Discord if he wants to.
No, he can come in. I mean, he's quite happy to sit in the YouTube chat and mouth off, but coming in here to actually have a discussion, no, can't have that. Where he's not in control and doesn't have everyone to talk over whoever he's trying to talk to.
I also haven't received those measurements Bev made from Archaea, by the way. Just an update.
Oh, I'm shocked. Shocked, I tell you. Well, not that shocked.
For everyone holding their breath, you could breathe now.
Yeah,
I think we're good.
It looks like Brian's logic brings it up twice. The best question is, where is the GP? You can't have a GP on a globe if you have parallel light rays. You can't have a GP. It's another proof. Blah, blah, blah. Anyway. And I think it was Adam Meakin actually. Someone called him an angry dog on a leash who's just waiting to be let go and maul the globers. Fuck. Sorry.
Well, as usual, Brian's got it exactly upside down.
No, you're right, 9 o'clock hero. He's got no one to tag in, therefore he's going to hide in the YouTube chat.
What does it mean, no one to tag in? What does that mean?
It means he'll have no one to take over and talk over who he's having a discussion with.
Yeah. Right.
Tag team.
He doesn't know anyway. He told me, I don't know what it is, so there's that. Yet he's still mouthing off, telling people what it definitely isn't a globe. Fuck off, SE. Just fuck right off with that.
Like Bev's catchphrase, you can do fuck all with an angle. I'm like, Bev, I can give me an angle to Polaris, I'll give you a latitude. Give me 3 angles and I'll tell you where you are.
Yeah, 2 if you're lucky.
Sure, if you have a good idea where you are.
Get pretty damn close.
I don't mind the personal dome. That's not a bad thing. The personal dome. Everything looks like a personal dome to you. Everything that you see, it's kind of dome shaped everywhere you look. So what? But the Pac-Man Earth, no, can't do that.
The problem I have with a personal dome theory would be that what you do within your dome can affect how I see things within my dome, meaning we don't have personal domes.
Don't let the domes cross.
It's not a detrimental position, but still something I'll argue against.
Repo Sandman. At Try Thinking, MC Toon has 10 grand sitting there for you to take. Do you need a sextant?
You know, for all the money problems that Bevis seems having, you'd think he would go out and claim that $10,000 because it'd be so damn easy.
You would
Come
think
on,
so.
Bev. You would think so.
You got a
have to get
sextant.
within. Yeah, you
And
could
now
get a sextant.
Now you know it goes all the way to 120 fucking degrees.
Yeah, that was funny. That was hilarious, actually. I literally was crying with laughter.
Wait,
Yeah, because if you pick up a sextant and look at that scale, it goes to 120.
But you see, he read the definition. See, his alma mater is Merriam-Webster, and it said, sextant, origin 6, got it.
And MC Tunes, his standards is you have to get within 25. You have to get a circle within 25 nautical miles of the official, where the sighting was taken from, and that's that's easy.
Yeah, is Brian Leakey still going to go and present his stuff?
Oh, I hope so.
I hope not, actually. I like Brian Leakey. I think he's a good guy. But if he's going to go on and literally draw circles onto Google Earth, I mean, he deserves to be laughed at, right?
Well, his correction factor, his fudge factor is what amuses me. He basically has this upward bending light correction.
Which is fine. Which is fine. I'm okay with him fudging that. But when it comes to actually, drawing a circle on a globe, that is obviously against the rules.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Loki Fish Mars is offering a free sextant.
Didn't he send it to someone?
Well, they won't touch it with a 6-foot pole.
Well, I thought he sent it to someone.
Yeah, I think it's a decent sextant too.
It reminds me, Bacon over on GeoServers asked me to use my theodolite to get angles to a star tonight. And just from a single altitude angle, he's going to tell me, my suburb, basically.
One star?
1 star. Just the altitude to 1 star. And the time, obviously.
They'll give you a circle.
But what are the chances of 1 star being at that altitude at that time?
Okay, you're right. How many places is it going to intersect?
Yeah, if you can do it with the sun, you should be able to do it with a star.
Right, but you'll get a circle. That's what I'm saying. You won't get a point.
Did azimuth as well, though.
You'll get a circle, and I guess you could say you live somewhere on the circle. I guess you could look on a map and figure out you could live One of several places, I suppose.
Loki's posted up a video 2 days ago of him doing a sextant reading on a flat Earth, but I can't find anything that says he's given the sextant away.
IB Hunter just said, I think he sent it to Bacon. That could be it.
Well, what do you think, guys? About time to wind this down?
Yeah.
Kind of sums up my thoughts, too. Hey, thanks everybody for dropping by. This was supposed to be just a quick little test stream, and a lot of people showed up, so I had fun, though.
Thanks for hosting it. Seems to be a good time across the world, too.
Uh-oh, Ruiff just got booted off. Uh-oh. Bunch of people got booted off. Let's see if we can fix this.
Yeah, that was fun. I was supposed to be working, but this is much more fun.
There we go. Now we got some people back. Who knows what Discord's up to? No, I didn't boot anybody off, Bev.
I think this one was my fault. I'm at work and I work in a basement, so I don't always get the best connection.
Yeah, I didn't do it. Oops. I'm looking at my YouTube. It's my Discord. It's doing okay for a change. That is not always true. Well, just as I say that, my Discord becomes a little flaky.
Yeah. How often are you considering doing something like this?
Well, I don't know. I think every day is one at one end of the spectrum, and never again is the other end of it. So somewhere between those 2 points.
So not false to say that. Yeah. It seems like it'll be impromptu every time, or at least in the beginning.
Seems like fun though, and there's not a lot going on this time of the day. And it gives our buddies around the globe a bit of a chance. So I don't know. Oh, there's Ruhiff. He's back. Got back in, didn't you? Hey, Moryak. Let's see. Let me get you guys moved back down here. That's the problem. This is... getting there.
I'm pretty sure it's a channel setting, man. Whether it's private, locked, or hidden. But I don't know if you want to change that, or if it's good the way it is. Just unfortunate to drag.
Got us now?
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It's probably the way that I've got the settings in this thing. I'll work on that.
Well, I had I just had a
do-
connection issue before it seemed it was just a voice was reconnecting the whole time.
Back now. Yay! Yes, I
Yep.
am.
Yeah, people are dropping out and popping back in. Moyak's having problems. It's been going on all night, Moryak. It's not me. It's well, it may be me. It may be the way I've got Discord set up or something.
It's like playing whack-a-mole.
Yeah, exactly.
Alan's truth. Did he seriously ask, like, no squares on the globe? How do you get square mileage? Like, you can't get an area for a three-dimensional shape or a curved surface.
Ruhip, that shit's impossible.
Impossible.
He's never seen a disco ball. It's just covered in little squares.
Lordy, lordy.
All right.
You shutting down?
That'll fix that stuff. Now you guys can come in by yourself.
I'll run a test run on it.
Yeah, do it. See?
Hello.
Okay. Yeah, I fixed that.
Blue, do you have any like future projects, experiments, or anything that you'd like to do now that you've exhausted Cavendish and it's graduated to college?
I don't have anything else on the horizon at the moment. I've thought about it, but not a lot. I don't know. Ought to be something we could do though.
I mean, at this point, the mountain of evidence for the globe is just. Stop ignoring things, guys, and cherry picking out of papers and whatnot. Stop QEing things.
You have to light a fluff. You have to.
Yes, you really do. Moyak, long time no see.
I was going to say Cypher Zero, long time no see. I checked my DMs.
Yeah,
It's like been
I
a
was going to
year.
say hi to you earlier, but yeah, it's been a while. I've been hiding. I've been lurking.
Lovely. I probably should do something.
I've been here.
Do you know it would be fun? Does anybody know anybody in Auckland?
I don't know anyone in Auckland, but I do know a guy that's in New Zealand. Not far
reason-
from it. Somewhere near Christchurch, I think. No, North End.
Well, it needs to be in Auckland. The reason it would be really fun to do is to make an Earth sandwich. Because I'm in, and it'd be really fun, and especially to do it at sundown here, because I'm in Seville. It's a perfect antipode to me. Seville, Spain. It's perfect antipode. Is in fact, I'm just west of Seville, so it's just like right off the coast, right on the beach of Auckland. And so the sun sets here as it's rising there.
Aha.
That could never happen on a flat plane, right? And so it's exactly
Well.
rising there, as like in real time. I could call up somebody and we could chat right as it's happening, and record it, and then be like, and then make a sandwich.
Yes. How does that happen on the flat horizontal plane?
No sandwich for flurfers.
No soup for you.
Just send some neutrinos to him, and if he receives them when you shoot them straight through the Earth, then you know it's round.
So if you know anybody in Auckland that wants to do that, I would live stream that stuff. That would be fun.
As long as you do it with a P9 or 100 or 1000, they'll be happy, I guess. You can zoom right in on the piece of bread.
Well, to be fair, you'll have to put the piece of bread in a vacuum and then do it.
Well, really, all I care about is the sun setting while it's rising there. I want to actually see that in real time. I mean, just to show it. I'm like, and then see him try to debunk that in real time. Wouldn't be able to. Like that's not gonna that can't work on any AE model,
right? Or any sort of flat. And I know they don't want to even attribute a shape to that. How can you not even have that when you're talking about the shape of the shit that you're walking on? How do you expect to be taken seriously if you can't even define what you're walking on? It's ridiculously, and I hate using the word retarded, but it's retarded.
but it's a realm. Have you heard that one? A realm.
Well,
a realm is just another. It's just a synonym for kingdom, and if your kingdom doesn't have defined borders, you are not a king.
Another one that gets me, Cypher, is the claim that sextants only work on a flat Earth.
Oh,
but
that
there
one
is
is just
there
ridiculous.
is, but well, not just that by itself, but then couple it with, well, what map are you using with that sextant?
Exactly.
So you don't have a map. So you don't have a map. You don't have coordinates. You don't have any reference system. But you say it only works on a flat Earth.
It only works on a flat plane.
At what point does someone's brain go, well, this doesn't add up?
Yeah. I mean, you either have to be completely ignorant of how it actually works or willfully deceitful about it. One of the two.
Yeah, I really don't think there's a third option.
No. It works one way or the other. If it doesn't work on a flat Earth, it's got to be working on a globe, doesn't it? That's just how it is. If it were a flat Earth, I'm sure there'd be some other instrument. Because I asked Blue one day about how an equatorial mount would work on the flat Earth, and it'd have to have some sort of ball head gimbal that it just rotated on, instead of the way that they're set up now, where it follows. You have to set it up and track it. Like stuff like that would be designed completely differently if it were a flat horizontal plane or a field. Let's call it a field.
A prairie.
Yep, a flat prairie. I mean, it's got to have some sort of shape to what it is, one way or the other. It seems like shapes scare them as well as reality.
That's why Oakley changed his intro from we talk about the nature of Earth, or the shape of the Earth to the nature of Earth, but shape is verboten.
Ah, yeah, that makes sense. Got a lot of fluff.
As far as fun ones, Cypher, have you heard Lemon say that pi is equal to 4
Yeah.
Due to rotational velocity or something.
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Oh, I think it's of
The
things
face
moving.
palming. Oh my god! I'm even thinking of remembering that. I'm face palming as we speak. It's
Yeah, it was just one of those that popped in my head. I was like, I was there listening, and it almost caught me so off guard that I couldn't say anything. It was so profound.
yeah, like I said, Lemon's bullshit is some of the nuttiest out there.
I'm on a streak of it's either 5 or 6 times where I'm engaging with Lemon and he leaves within 60 seconds.
Yep.
I think I've done that 6 times in a row now, and it normally.
Mate, I lost count of the amount of times I got him to do that.
Yeah, it's but there's like a checklist or a protocol, I guess you could say. But it always comes down to Mickelson Morley, and then I show him the exact page from the experiment.
Yeah.
And then he goes
doesn't
silent,
like that,
then he
does
leaves.
he?
No, of course
Yeah,
not.
he doesn't like that paper at all, does he? Where it says, we failed in the experiment to detect the ether drift.
Right. And then the expected fringe shift against what was measured, what was probably measured, and then the repeated experiments lowering that number each time. Yeah, he doesn't like
But
that
again,
at all.
but again, that's the flat earther tendency to cherry pick what they need and ignore the rest that goes against what they're saying.
Right. I think assuming he's not just lying, I think he credits an experiment that attempted to show ether. I think he's good enough with that, and that validates ether existing. Again, assuming he's not just lying.
Well, and again, I've heard from secondhand sources and from Lemon himself that he doesn't like reality and makes his own shit up.
Yeah,
Which is, you can't take anything he says seriously.
Well, reality is overrated. Come on.
It really is. I went outside once and the graphics weren't that great.
I wonder if he realizes that if he thinks that pi is 4, then that contradicts the Bible, which says that pi is 3. And he's a Bible thumper, but
Well, he's saying
a Bible thumper
that
that's
it's,
never read the Bible except for the
Yeah, with-
child's picture version. But
Yeah.
Well, what he's saying is that it's pi equals 4 for an object with a rotating velocity or some shit like that. And
he said it has to be moving.
Yeah, what he cites is there's a YouTube video measuring out 3.14, I want to say feet, and then measuring out 4 feet. And there's 2 marbles that take each track. One makes a horizontal loop in a circle, and then the other one is just a straight shot. And he's saying because both marbles are dropped from the same height with the same slope, that because they both reach the end point at the same time, that the pi is 4 in a rotating body. Some shit like that. I'm sure I'm misrepresenting it slightly.
Yeah. It's hard to actually get a detailed description because it's nutty bullshit. Nothing but word salad with Lemon.
Yeah, that's the thing. It's hard to keep up with everyone in each of these positions because it is easy to remember the globe position because there is a bountiful of evidence for one thing. We can acknowledge when things are incomplete or that there's, at the quantum level, we disagree on a few things. But for this macro scale, it's consistent because it's true, it's evidential, all these things. You don't have to remember each glober's position.
No.
But when it comes
you've
to
got
flat earthers, you have 25 different versions. So it's hard to remember who subscribes to what.
Thinks what? Yes, exactly. That's what threw me so much when I went in next level and Bev's like, oh, we don't even call ourselves flat earthers. I was like, oh God, here we go again. Another group that is trying to, and that's why I call them the next level of idiots, because they're trying to set themselves apart from standard flat earthers by not calling themselves flat earthers, horizontal planers or whatever the fuck they want to call themselves. I don't know.
Nah, that's just identity crisis
Globe
and or
deniers.
science
Globe deniers
deniers.
is just the generalization for all of them.
Yeah,
That's what
but
reality deniers, I would say.
Yeah, just denying the globe isn't enough for
Nah.
them. They have to screw up every facet of
Everything,
every
yeah.
science possible known to man. But I'm so
Reality.
shocked. I'm fascinated that SE Montreal got something right for once. Pie is indeed good with ice cream.
It is.
But that's the way Rakia spelled it. He said, the Bible doesn't say pi is 3, and he spelled it P-I-E.
No Name's even given him the verse that he's asked for. And Ernie's right. You're supposed to be the one with all of this knowledge, Rakia. Why don't you know that verse? It's almost like you didn't read it.
Yeah, well, no, he's pretending he never knew it was in Kings.
Again, the cherry picking thing.
Yeah, I had no idea about that verse. I'm looking at it now. Pretty cool.
We sound dumb, Rakia. Have you ever listened to yourself?
Yeah,
Maybe you should go back and have a listen to yourself when you're talking to Ranty about the moon and how it seems to have a reflection of the flat Earth on it. You were there. That sounded dumb.
Isn't it only a portion of the moon, and then it's
Something
unknown
the face
landmass
of it.
for the
Yeah,
other?
yeah, the face of it. Yeah, and then
So
there's
fantastic.
Well, just like it's ironic that flat earthers always prove the globe, it's also ironic
Right.
that atheists always seem to have read the Bible more. Like
I've got the video bookmarked of where Jerem has Enrique hold his light up to 23 feet. Oh, that's weird. That's interesting.
I've read the Bible
Bob,
9.
I've got a clip of Bob from behind the curve, the bit where he's talking about the rotation and everything. And then I've got a clip of him in his yellow shirt at the 2018 FVIC where he says, oh, you can't actually measure rotation. And then another clip of him where he's saying, oh, if the rotation thing came out now, it'd be bad. It would be bad. Looks at the camera.
I wish I had a clip from when Bob released his raw data when Jeremy was hounding him, because I know
that was an
Jeremy.
amazing night.
Yeah, I know Jeremy for about a month and a half, maybe even 2 months. I know that he was hounding Bob about the data because he was hyping it up like, oh, he's got this data.
Yep.
They're waiting for a good day. It's gonna fuck up the globe and da da da. Can't wait. And then I think Bob a couple times went into Brandon's, and then one day I think Jeremy just annoyed the fuck out of him. And then Bob, more or less, Bob was just like, all right, you know what? Fuck it. No one will be able to decipher the data anyways. So here, whatever. And then he dropped his Google Drive link, and then I think I've still got it saved on my computer. But then I think it took something like 12 hours for the autards over at Gems to express it in pretty little pictures for everyone. That was a great day.
To show that the weighted average was what, 14.8.
I think it was 14.96.
Yeah, something like that.
Yeah.
But all the values fell within plus or minus 2 of 15, and then there was a correlation of temperature affecting it, which is expected. But it was all within plus or minus 215, not plus or minus 20. Idiots.
Thanks, Bob. Apparently, SE is going to come in and have a chat to us. We'll see if that actually happens.
What a great guy. Let's mind our P's and Q's and not destroy the VC.
Yeah, I'll believe it when I see it.
Your VC should be fixed, right, Blair? So you don't have to drag him?
Yeah, it should be. Well, I've got to give them a roll, though. They should be able to go, though, into the general chat, 24/7 general chat. That should be all you have to do. Here's PhD Tony. Whoops. Popped up for a second and he went away. I don't know what's going on. I suppose I'm going to have to work on this thing. Let me try this again. See if I can get Tony down here. Now, you should be in here, Tony.
There you go.
How did
You're lighting up, but you're not coming through. Check your voice settings, Tony.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yeah, that's better.
Yeah, I just wanted to mute the YouTube stream so there was no echoing going on, so I muted myself. So, how are you all?
Good, thanks.
Yeah, doing great, Tony. Good to see you, man.
Live and kicking.
I've been keeping okay. I thought I might...
Chuck.
Yeah. So, yeah. What's the topic for discussion?
One of the flurfs mentioned you.
Well, I did do flat Earth modeling for my PhD. I used a flat Earth model, a flat Earth seismic model, and adapted it for viscoelastic modeling. But this is so. I have worked on flat Earth physical models, but they're only accurate over very short length scales. So once you get over long length scales, they're completely unacceptable. So I don't know why the flat earthers are so keen. I've looked at flat Earth models. They don't work on global scales. What more needs to be said?
I think Bev was trying to twist that into flat Earth proof. Long story short.
Yeah, well, I mean, this comes from a simple case of scientific illiteracy, right? Just because a model can be accurate in some circumstances, that doesn't mean that it's accurate in all circumstances. And it's you can make a flat Earth approximation. It works over some length scales. It works for certain problems, but that doesn't make the Earth flat. The spherical Earth model, provided you're using the right radius, and the right physical formulation, provides accurate predictions and results on all length scales. So it's better than the flat Earth model. The flat Earth model is a first order approximation, but that doesn't make it correct. That doesn't make it valid on the larger scales that the flat Earthers want it to be. It's that simple.
No, they've simply heard you say, I've done flat Earth models and taken that to, accept that you've done it, so therefore it must be flat. That's how simplistic they are and simpleton-like.
That's the title of my next video.
I mean, that's just untruthful, really, when you get, that's as dishonest as fuck.
Yeah, I mean, it's based on their ignorance of how science actually works. That you use the simplest possible model that will give you results of the accuracy you need. For instance, an engineer does not use Newton's law of gravitation, or an architect doesn't use Newton's law of gravitation when they're designing structures or buildings. For them, it is sufficient to know that gravity tends to act downwards at a rate of about 9.81 meters per second squared, and obviously they're designing their structures to be strong enough that it doesn't matter that there are tiny fluctuations, or that pieces of the mechanism are exerting gravitational attraction on one another. They only need to know the general rule. Similarly, people who model satellite orbits don't use Einstein's formulation of gravity to model satellite orbits. Newtonian theory is perfectly accurate. We do, of course, use special relativity when doing time corrections, because they're traveling fast enough, and the GPS satellites are so far out in the gravitational well that these effects are worth paying attention to. But in terms of gravity, we use Newton's gravity because it's accurate enough. On the other hand, if you're modeling the evolution of galaxies or galactic clusters, then you need Einsteinian. You need to have the full relativistic formulation. You need Einsteinian formulation to get accurate results. So you use the simplest model you can that will give you accurate results, and that's how engineering works, science works. It's how we get things done.
Exactly. Yeah, we certainly don't need anything, in terms of engineering. We only care about the dead loads and the live loads. That's it. Those are, we just need weights. That's all. Or forces. Yep. That's the only thing we're looking at. We don't care what one piece of steel is doing to another piece of steel. That is that's lost in the noise. Exactly. It really makes no difference. So we don't go through all that stuff.
Yeah, in my case, if we had to rigger up the tower, we'd tell him, you have to turn the screw on the rail another half turn to get him to align the dish to the next one that we were trying to line up, or cable lengths match up with a spherical Earth that we'd have to lay, things like that.
Well, and that's the other thing that sort of
we know with a degree of precision what we had to do and where we had to point things and how much we'd need of a certain cable or whatever else, because of we know that it's a globe.
Yeah, and imagine submarine cables, right?
Yep.
Submarine cables extend many thousands of kilometers. We know the distances, we know the lengths of the submarine cables, and it's not just point to point. There's a complex geometry of these submarine cables, and it only fits like shipping lanes, like air traffic travel times. They all only work on a spheroidal Earth.
And those where they were laid had to be really carefully picked and dropped.
Exactly. So it's simple nonsense, but the central point is that they're illiterate about what data sets we have. They're illiterate about the scientific principles.
Right now, Rakia's laughing in the side chat. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off there, Tony, but Rakia's laughing about cable lengths based on the curve of the Earth. What, lol? Yes, the lengths of them. Exactly. I mean, if you're too dumb to work that out, Rakia, you need to go and learn a bit more.
Well, it's just a simple, whenever we need to calculate the distance from one point on Earth's surface to another point on Earth's surface, the spherical distance formula provides an accurate answer. It doesn't matter if we're calculating the amount of fuel we need for a plane, the length of a submarine cable, the time it takes for weather systems to travel from one point to another, the time it takes for earthquakes,
all physical things.
All physical things. They all travel in all physical things whose velocity we know. They cover distances consistent with the spherical distance formula. Always. And all the flat earthers would have to do, all they would have to do is find 2 points on Earth's surface where the spherical distance formula is demonstrably inaccurate, and they would have a point, right? At that point, we would have to sit up and pay attention to them. Any 2 points. They can go out, get any 2 points, and show that the distance between them is not accurately predicted by the spherical distance formula, and we would have to pay attention to that.
Yep. Because, why would you lay more cable than you have to?
Yes.
Where are you going to put that extra cable?
Yeah.
I mean, you can't hide fiber optic cable. I mean, that, like, if you're coiling it up and leaving bits of it, I mean, it just wouldn't work.
Yeah. They don't know how scientific models work. They don't know how science works, and they don't know what data we have available. It's
Plus
just
that submarine cable isn't cheap. You don't want to make more of it.
Hell no.
You don't want to make less of it than you need because you wouldn't get there. So
yes. So
If we didn't know the exact distance to make the cable, yeah, you're right. There'd be problems.
Yeah. One of the maxims that I like to apply here is money talks and bullshit walks. People who need stuff to work use spherical Earth geometry.
Mm-hmm.
They don't use flat Earth geometry, and the reason for that is because flat Earth geometry just doesn't work on large length scales. It's that simple.
So, okay, Rocky, if you really want to test this out, go and get yourself a pool ball or something. Get a piece of string. Wrap the piece of string halfway around the ball itself. Then go and figure out what distance it is from where you started to the other side. Figure out the spherical distance of that piece of string. Then go and stretch it out on your flat map. It's going to be longer than what it is on the spherical Earth. That's just how it works. That's physicality of things, mate. Physical math that we have to work with to get things to work.
when airplanes in the southern hemisphere, we don't have
Yeah.
airplanes long enough to fly on the flat Earth map.
Yep.
Yeah. If the flat Earth map is correct, why is Sydney to Dallas one of the longest commercially operated air travel routes? Why isn't it Sydney to South America? Why is that shorter than Sydney to Dallas? It's just a basic fact of life that air travel routes are operated on a spherical Earth.
Oh,
I mean,
Bev's back.
you can do this. You can do this fairly simply. If you're on the equator in Ethiopia, and you want to get to an airport in Indonesia, you should just be able to point yourself east and fly in a straight line if the Earth is a sphere, right? But if the Earth is flat, you don't do that. You have to constantly steer around a curve, or if you're flying in a straight line, you need to not be following the equator, right? You can't. Do planes that fly along the equator curve? Do they tilt their instrument wheels to the left or the right, depending on whether they're going east or west? Fairly simple. Pilots would know for certain, just based on the way they steer when traveling east or west, whether or not they're on a sphere or a flat plane.
Here's the one that gets me: the Sydney Santiago run. If you fly it on the AE map, you fly directly over Los Angeles to get to Sydney, and you fly that in 13 hours. Yet to fly from Sydney to Los Angeles and Los Angeles to Santiago, takes you 25 hours, 14
I've
hours.
flown from LA to Sydney before. Only took about 13 and a half, 14 hours.
Yeah. You don't, and when you do that, you fly from Sydney to Santiago, you don't go over Los Angeles.
No, I didn't go in. We didn't go over a landmass at all. We went over the ocean.
Right.
I thought it was interesting. I did a little, after the volcano that erupted in Tonga, I was able to predict the arrival time of the first and secondary shockwave from about 50 places around the world. And
Exactly.
using just spherical assumptions and great circle routes, I was able to tell when the first blast would happen and when the second. It was very
Yes.
interesting.
And I mean, this is another proof of sphericity, because we can look at atmospheric pressure waves, or we can look at Rayleigh waves and love waves from large shallow earthquakes, and we can track their progress. And let's restrict our case to the seismic event. They propagate from the epicenter outwards at a relatively uniform velocity. Then they get to the antipode. They spread out, and then they start converging on the point opposite the epicenter. Having gotten there, they propagate outwards again, and then they converge back on the epicenter. And they do this, epicenter out to antipode, back to epicenter, and they do this multiple times for large enough events. And that, it doesn't matter where the earthquake is, you always get this pattern, spreading out, converging on the antipode, then back. And you observe the same pattern in the pressure waves, in air pressure waves, as was just pointed out. I think I saw that analysis. It was quite spectacular. But the Krakatoa pressure wave, for instance, circled the Earth about 7 times. Right, they had like 15 passages of this air pressure wave. What's your explanatory mechanism on a flat Earth? And you can't invoke reflection, because reflections behave differently. We can prove that if, for instance, we were inside some cylinder or whatever, and the waves were just bouncing off the edge, we can predict what that would look like. And it doesn't look like what we see. You wouldn't get the propagation from the epicenter out to the antipode and back again. You'd get propagation out from the epicenter to the edge of the cylinder, and then it would propagate back in a wave. We can show this by physical experimentation. We know how waves behave, and also when it hits the edge, there'll be a phase change. And we can tell that that doesn't happen. So we can look at these waves and we can characterize them. Right? We can determine the shape of the Earth from the way these waves are propagating. It is basic, simple stuff to demonstrate that the Earth is spheroidal just by looking at these data sets. And if you haven't looked at these data sets, then you have no basis on which to say that these data sets don't show that the Earth is spheroidal. We had FPV Angel or whatever it was saying that there are no data sets that show that the Earth is a spheroid. I mentioned these to him and he kept on repeating his claim. Well, his claim is just false. And unless and until flat earthers start paying attention to these data sets that clearly demonstrate the Earth is spheroidal, they've got no case, right? If you want to debunk this data, you need to pay attention to it and produce a better model for explaining what's going on than the currently accepted one. That's how science works.
It was funny. I mean, I couldn't get anybody in the flat Earth community to bite on that analysis either.
No. It was I think I saw it. Did you do the? There was one presentation I saw that just had the sort of just had radii in terms of hours and just plotted out the points as the.
Yeah,
as
no.
I
I was in with a bunch of other people doing it. I just ran the numbers myself. I had a table and I drew a couple of spheres with great circle routes on them.
Yeah.
But there was a really nice analysis that I saw done where he compared it to flat Earth and the expected results on a flat Earth. That was probably the best video I saw on it.
And I mean, it doesn't, it just doesn't work on a flat Earth. It cannot. And, people have asked me to do the sort of seismic analysis for the Tonga eruption. haven't been feeling well, so I haven't gotten around to it. But I may do that in the future. But yeah, it clearly demonstrates that flat Earth is just not a sustainable model.
Has no utility whatsoever.
Well, that's another question. Why don't they take all of the known maps that we've got and glue them together into a horizontal plane and see if anything works? Because the maps work, don't they? Why haven't any of them done that?
Because we have no idea what the distances are between the continents, although I did, with the Tunga blast, definitively prove the size and shape of the Earth and the distance between the continents.
Oh, stop using facts, Moyoc.
Yeah. One of the
That's not
things,
allowed.
one of the things that always makes me laugh when they talk about water disproves a globe Earth. It's not entirely well known, and I wish it were sort of made more of a fuss of. But whenever you look at a map, take for instance Google Earth, you will be able to see they will show images of what the ocean floor looks like. And what's not well understood is how we obtain those images of what the ocean floor looks like. Most people will think that this is done by ocean floor sounding. And that's only partially true. And if you zoom in on Google Earth, you will see these sort of snail trails, which are exactly that. That's where a ship has taken sonar readings. But and you will see that you get very fine detail from the sonar readings, but on the larger scale, the detail is actually rather coarse. There's much less detail generally, and that's because the way we calculate those, the way we identify ocean floor topography is from sea surface elevation. So where there's an underwater mountain, because the underwater mountain is more massive than an equal volume of water would be, it causes the ocean to actually pile up around it. There's a bulge in the ocean.
Oh, really?
From where there's an underwater mountain, and we can detect these bulges, and correspondingly where there's a depression, where there's an ocean floor valley or crevasse or whatever, it weighs less. And there'll be a depression. So we can detect these using sea surface altimetry readings. And that's how, and we combine the sea surface altimetry with the we can combine sea surface altimetry with the gravity with the ocean floor sonar soundings. We kludge those together, and through careful analysis, that's how we come up with our model of ocean floor bathymetry. So, we actually use the influence of gravity on the ocean to map the ocean floor. That's how it's done.
Sure that's not pressure and density, or density and buoyancy?
Absolutely certain.
Hey, Tony, what do you have a PhD in specifically?
Geophysics.
All right. I'm starting up a bachelor program here in September, and I'm halfway through a math or physics. I'm probably going to switch to physics. Do you have any recommendations as far as mindset going into a PhD program for physics, or is it just wet your feet, as it comes?
Well, I mean, one of the things that I would recommend thinking about is the quality of the supervisor. You want a supervisor that you get on with, and that is going to sort of, train you in the skills, the administrative skills, the technical skills, and just the sort of philosophical skills that you're going to need to be a decent to mature into a decent scientist moving forward. So you want to tick all of those boxes, but you also want to be in a field that interests you, but you want to assess the future potential of those fields. So one of the things that I sort of regret about the field that I've ended up in is that we're somewhat at the mercy of data resolution. So we can build fabulously intricate models with vast amounts of detail and fully 3D viscosity structures or what have you, but we've no way of but we're limited by the data. The observational data just isn't high enough to distinguish one model from another model. So kind of there's a bottleneck there. We can do this elaborate theory and theorizing, but sort of it's useless in the field that I've ended up with. I'm now actually diverting into satellite gravimetry analysis. So I'm involved in a project to put cold atom gravimeters in satellites and use them to map Earth's gravitational field. So you do have the option once you've finished your PhD of sort of shifting disciplines if you like, but just give your discipline a bit of a once over, see if it is at any risk of stalling or what have you.
Sure. And as far as you spoke to specializing as far as geophysics, is that something that comes after obtaining your PhD, where you do now have a PhD within physics and you specialize after that, or is that a decision before completing your PhD program?
So my PhD was in geophysics. So I started my undergraduate was in mathematics. My honors was in geomagnetism, and my PhD was in geophysics. So that was the progression that I went to. But you can have physicists moving into geophysics, geophysics is kind of you end up with a lot of geochemists, you end up with a lot of physicists, you end up with it's sort of a melting pot. It's more of an applications thing. So the physicists will develop a lot of theory, and then the geophysicists will use a lot of that theory and apply it to the Earth. So for instance, one of the physics groups we're working with at the moment is involved in laser interferometry to determine the ranges between satellites. So they develop the theory and technology about these these laser setups, and then we sort of come into it when those are applied to actual geophysical applications or satellite applications. So if you were interested in doing a PhD in geophysics, if you weren't interested in ending up in geophysics, I would recommend that you do your PhD in geophysics. But it's absolutely not impossible to shift after you've done that.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure what kind of specialty I'd be looking for from the start or completed, where I'd go after that. The only thing that I see is that it's being offered as just physics, and I'm not sure if there's a way to specialize within that. But I'm not sure what direction I would go, to be honest. It would be a fail-safe for me to obtain that and then teach at a college level of some sort, community or university. But as far as outside of that, I'm unsure of a specialty.
Yeah, well, you choose something. Just choose something that interests you, and a supervisor that's going to sort of take care of you, but also push you. That would be my advice.
Sure. I talked to Chronic about this to a certain extent, not in great detail, but he did say as soon as possible, try to find a team or professor to work on projects with, or to get hands on with something. Is that something that I could do before the PhD program, or is that I have to complete my bachelor's and then do something like that?
So, I mean, the way things work in the US, I'm not so certain about, but certainly in your master's, or if you can get like research units, like units of just research. We have, our school offers we have honors students. They do the basic undergraduate, and then they need to do a sort of a research project for an additional year. So that's where sort of we start making contact with undergraduates, and where they start sort of working on projects with the actual researchers. Master's degrees are also another opportunity where you get to sort of work with a group and start doing research. Start doing research alongside established groups. So that's how all of that works.
Sure. No, I appreciate the information. Just I've completed a bachelor's before in something completely different, but this seems way more hands-on. There's so many more steps, and it seems like something I'd have to be more proactive outside of the school setting itself. That it's something outside of that I need to stay ahead on.
Yeah, that is one of the sort of darker secrets of academia, is that there's an element of sort of active pursuit. That you're going to have to sort of take control of the direction of your research and the direction that your studies move in. So, when being an undergraduate, obviously you spend most of your time sitting in a class and absorbing. Sometimes you do work by yourself and then you present your results. You're graduating into a PhD. You are going to be you're going to have to be more self-sufficient. The idea is to sort of guide you from being sort of relatively inexperienced to being largely self-sufficient by the end of the story. So yeah, you are going to have to sort of take control of this and direct it.
Sure, yeah. And I'm sure I'll get more information from people around there, and I'll talk to professors and all that. But it's good to get this information before it all starts.
Thank you. 3D print me one.
No one's going to 3D print you anything, Moyle.
Well, all right, guys. Stream's been running for a little over 4 hours now. So I think I'm going to shut down the YouTube. But we can go around the room if you guys like. Anybody got words of wisdom for our good friends out there in the chat? Now would be the time. Go ahead, Bob. You started off.
Sure. Words of wisdom. Don't believe anything if there's no evidence for it. And that's it.
All righty. How about you, bro? Bro may be broken. Carl, you got anything? Yeah. You got anything, Carl? All right, Cypher, batter up.
Bev and his crew, you guys are idiots. Yeah, don't believe any of their crap without evidence, and get some bloody evidence, for fuck's sake. Signing out from Australia.
That's a good idea. Hey, what about it, Moryak?
Well, it's a globe. All evidence points towards it being a globe. It's a tall road ahead if you want to try and prove that wrong. So I think flat earthers really have to start ponying up some evidence to dethrone the current model.
Yeah, I think so. Oh, Elam, got anything?
Oh, yes. I was going to mention that not being able to visualize, not being able to go 2D, 3D, not being able to visualize anything is called aphantasia. But especially if you can't switch from one projection to the other. Yeah, at best, that's what's going on, and at worst, shenanigans.
Yeah, I hear that. Played NASA Shill was muted and deafened, but let me read this one out. Doofus Manford for $2. Thank you, sir. May I have your attention? The Earth is spherical. You couldn't be more right, sir. And Tony, you got anything for us?
I think the previous speakers summed it up very nicely. One of the things that I will point out is that the flat Earth, the flat Earth philosophy is inherently antisocial. And let me explain that. Society relies on trust, communication, and cooperation. Flirts are paranoid. They trust no one and nothing. They sabotage efforts at communication, and they refuse to cooperate. So they're an antisocial element, and they kind of need to have that. They kind of need to be treated in that way, with extreme caution. They're not funny fools. They're actually, they're actually antisocial elements trying to destroy the way science works. So, it's okay to point and laugh at them, but I don't think that it's okay to sort of indulge them.
Yeah,
I think
so.
that Bev is a classic example of just how dangerous and antisocial these individuals can be.
Yeah. Thanks for that, Tony. Earth is Life for $5. Rakia, what is the most accurate model of our reality? Well, I can tell you what that is. And
yeah, I was going to say anti-humanity is... Sorry.
No, go ahead.
I was just going to add to that this anti-humanity thing is called a misanthropy. They're misanthropics.
Yeah, that's a more succinct way of saying it.
Yeah, well, I think we've all seen lately exactly who these people are, so I won't go over it again. Anyway, thanks everybody for showing up.
Thanks for thanks for having us, Blue.
Yeah, you guys can hang out all you want to in the in Discord. Let me just shut down the stream and we'll be out of here. We'll do it again real soon. Thanks everybody.